Hello, welcome to TPK. I am your GM tonight, Fazul, and this is the Atrium of Aquarius Altered Carbon campaign. There are only 3 sessions left, so we're entering the final phase. Hard to believe, but it's a lot of ground to cover. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be using the rule system tonight of the Altered Carbon RPG, which was created by Renegade Games and Hunters Entertainment. Let's see, trigger warnings or just graphic violence, probably strong language. I would imagine maybe some adult situations. But again, as always, if as a general guideline, I myself, when writing and doing these stories, I use the TV shows. So essentially, if you're okay with the TV shows, you will be okay with this. You can participate via pink backpack items. In fact, there is a pink backpack item already in play, and it is going to bring back, yes, there was one that was unresolved from last week, and it is going to bring back someone from the very first session of this campaign. So, and just so you in chat know, pink backpack items have been wreaking havoc. They have to some extent become the storyline. So with the donation of $10, you can put a pink backpack item in play. Other than that, I think we'll go around, do introductions, and then I'll do a kind of a brief recap of what happened last week, and we'll jump right into it. So I guess we'll go overlay order. Starting with Bright. How about that?
Oh shit, you threw me off guard.
You're top right, so.
Yeah, I'm Bright. You can find me everywhere at Bright Dystopia, and I'll be continuing the role of Kai Rhodes. You can call me Repo. No one does. But yeah, that's me. Luca, I'll throw it on to you.
There we go. I was muted. It's fine. Hi, I'm Luca Locke, and tonight I am playing Phaedra Esmera, or Fade for short, the slightly mentally unstable criminal. Over to Sarah. You're muted too.
I did too.
Man.
I wanted to be cool. Hi, I am Osiris Franco, and I play Morrigan. And we revealed last session, also sometimes known in certain circles as Sonata. We've got some stuff to unpack and sort, but we're going to get to it. Kicking it up to Ty.
Hey everyone, I am Tyrant. I am not muted. I will be playing Sarah and Peirce. And I was going to say, I wonder how many words it will take for us to cuss on stream once we get going. It took us 2. So, very good. Welcome to adult content, y'all. Back to David.
Oh, and he's muted.
I didn't want Luca to feel alone. I didn't. It's solidarity here. This is what it's all about.
I'm just a trendsetter. That's what's happening.
You all left me on the other side of the wall. I didn't mute.
I'm so sorry.
It's not fair.
Well, listen, we're a team up until the intros are over. Now I have to assume my GM role here. And I noticed I have 24,470 adventure points. That's exciting.
They will be used for evil.
That can be used for evil, because unlike other GMs, I don't mind giving myself bonuses. So, so last time on Altered Carbon, you, of course, after Morrigan's death, you went up against Mr. Lung, and that fight, you know what? I think he could have killed Moria. So tonight, I need to give my villains a little bit of an advantage, which I will do when and if it comes to that. But where we left off was that Morrigan, in fact, did not die. She found her DHF stack soaring through the stars towards Neo Atlantis, where you actually entered the Atrium of Aquarius, where you met the mysterious Aquaria and realized that one of the powers that she holds is the ability to draw stacks from the sleeves without needle casting, without any technology at all. And if you can imagine being able to move from sleeve to sleeve with just your mind, is something that the powers that be would be desperate to get their hands on. I believe where we left off, there were some pretty, there was some pretty tense moments, Morrigan, as you were coming to terms with kind of the reality of your resurrection, potential immortality. But I believe that you had just finished looking, you had taken some stacks with you. So just like it happened 4 years ago, you found yourself in an alley with stacks in your hand, except this time you gave them to Peirce. And I believe he brought up some of the memories. And in those memories, probably the most significant revelation was there is another you. As another Morrigan named Zoe, or a sleeve named Zoe, stepped from the shadows. And you can only assume that, given the fact that you're not quite sure what happened 4 years ago, but given the fact that you escaped, it's quite possible that this person is a backup of the person that you used to be. So essentially a double sleeve. So I think that's where we left off. If I left anything out, I apologize. But I believe so what is your next step? I mean, Morrigan is alive. Just a reminder, Akira is not here. She was separated. And I guess right from when you went to Peirce's aid, there was no time to bring her in. But we did have that flashback. So you're at Carpenter's Bar. You're in the back room. You've just had this revelation, and all of you saw it. There is another Morrigan. So what's your next move? Because you not only have PsychoSec potentially to deal with, there's the Van Dorens. There's now an ex-elite CTAC team in play. And not to mention Raylene Kawahara, who you just escaped from.
We've really made ourselves some enemies, Evan.
Oh fuck! I forgot to tell Kira. I'm gonna go call her real quick.
Tell who?
So I don't make another enemy. Kyle Savoy.
Morrigan, if you're all sorted on your multiple personality thing, I was wondering if maybe I could hire you guys to go and get some people that are maybe currently being held by Van Doren.
Okay, we as in me and that person who looks like me, but I have no earthly idea of knowing is actually me? Or like we as in
like we as in, we're all best friends now.
Well,
and do each other
you
favors.
realize that you're going, okay, yeah, you left. So basically when Fade left the hideout, Wyatt, Gertie, and Enzio had stayed behind. Yeah, what became of them, you're not sure. You might want to try and reach out, or I guess what I would say probably, Fade, is there's probably like secret message boards. Like, you guys were a crew, right? So you probably have ways that you can, when you're on the run, to kind of leave messages for each other and get in contact. So you
I would have absolutely, like, if since time has kind of passed, I would have left kind of messages out there just for them to like contact me if they get out,
and you will get a reply. It's from Wyatt, but it just says, we need to meet Fade. It's important. Yeah. I want to remind you.
Go ahead.
No, No, go ahead. We'll finish that line first.
I was just gonna ask if it did include his little passphrase that he uses to say everything's on the level, or if it didn't.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah. But there is a sense of urgency to his message.
Okay.
So what I'm just going to remind you, just because some stuff may have been forgotten. So Morrigan, you obviously are struggling with the identity and the past. I do want to remind you that you are in possession of other stacks from 4 years ago.
Yeah, they would be in the vault at her home.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't have them on her now, but
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
she would kind of seeing that Peirce could like pull up the memories of the ones that she had in her hand, like this most recent adventure.
Yeah.
She would probably consider that, but is just struggling. I think she's trying to cordon off this right now and just kind of feel normal and safe. Yep. And like it kind of feels like she's trying to roll with these punches that keep coming up, and it fades brought up like the opportunity for something else, and so it's kind of like she's just overwhelmed with what the fuck, like what the fuck. It was bad enough that she was teleported to like an alien planet and told of this consciousness that like can seemingly pull things from sleeves at will, and now there's like another person that looks like her, and she's some kind of secret agent but she can't remember, and it's just like all this stuff. And now Fade with like a weird alien plant in a backpack is like, hey, so there's some guys and I want to go fight. Like it's just like she feels like she's kind of like in a dream, and it's just sort of like
you realize that Morrigan's not listening to your request, Fade. You probably, well, whether you do recognize it or not, that's up to you and your thing. But it looks like she's quite rattled. If we were using the ego point mechanic, I'd be whittling them away.
Yes.
I feel like I do very easily recognize that, but it's like a passing recognition. A little bit. I don't care.
So you could meet with Wyatt, give Morrigan time, find out what's going on. Peirce, just to remind you as well, Brittany is currently working on your father. Stuff in VR typically pretty quick. I mean, you could all basically regroup in a few hours to figure out next steps. And Morrigan, whether you want to tell Peirce about the other stacks, that's up to you.
I'm gonna do just kind of like a wave in front of Morrigan's face and just be like,
sorry.
While you figure out your little broken brain, multiple people thing, I'm gonna go have a chat with someone and see if I can get some more information.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Do you need like some tips or something? Because I know this place that has like really good ice cream sundaes.
No, I just I'll figure it out, Trade.
Carp appears at the doorway. Like he wasn't really in there, but he was around in the distance, and he'll actually say, I think what she needs is some rest. Maybe give her some space.
I think that would be fine. Fade, if you do need help with whatever you're doing, I can help. At some point we have to ask ourselves, what are we doing here? Is there an end to all of this? I feel like we've been running around with our heads cut off since we've met each other. And don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed, for the most part, all of you, but we have made a lot of enemies, and things are dire. How about we take some time? I can only imagine Kira's gonna rip Kai a new one. So if everyone wants to meet at my safe house in 3 hours or so, that'd be fine. Morrigan, I'll send you the address.
Okay, and I'm gonna go meet someone and get some information. And as I kind of head towards the door, I'm just gonna like kind of sidle up to Peirce and just whisper loudly, "Do you think she's the good twin or the evil twin?"
I don't think there needs to be a distinction there, Fade.
Well, when we figure it out, we should paint a little goatee on one of them so we know. And I'm gonna leave.
Okay. Harp will show you the door. Kai, no, you can leave Akira a message, but you don't reach her.
Sure. I will only leave her a message saying that we're needed again, and that a lot's happened in the last 2 days that I maybe, possibly, accidentally on purpose left out.
So Peirce, do you head out back to your safe house?
Yeah. Morgan, are you okay? That's a loaded question. I understand. If you're not going to come in a few hours, just let us know so that we know you're all right.
I'll do my best. I might have more. I have more sleeves or stacks. They might give us some information. Can you? I'm sorry, Saren. I'll be there. I'll be there.
That's fine.
So Saren, as you leave, Kai, you come back, and Carp turns towards you. He goes, "Others have left. I'm going to meet up at that Peirce fella's place in 3 hours." He goes, "Give me a minute with Morrigan, but don't go anywhere. Okay?"
Yeah, sure.
And he, you can stand there. So Carp comes over to you, Morrigan, and and he just kind of he'll hand you a drink. And he'll say, "You know, back before all of this," and he points to where his stack would be, his DHF. He goes, "As you grew older, and you knew that there were fewer days ahead than there were behind, you learned to appreciate what you have. I think we lost that. We now take life for granted, trick ourselves into believing that there will always be a tomorrow. I sense that I don't know what you've been through, but don't waste today, kiddo. Okay? Don't waste today." And he'll put a hand on your shoulder, and as he steps out of the way, you can see Kai standing in the doorway, waiting to come in. And Carp will grab his guitar and head out onto the stage. So it's just you and Kai remaining.
What, we're not celebrating after parties anymore?
I don't know if I feel like celebrating.
Celebration could just be whiskey. It doesn't have to be complicated.
There's a bottle at that side table in the bottom. It's where he keeps the good stuff.
Kai grabs it and opens it, but doesn't take a sip. He just kind of hands it to you.
She'll take it and just in the glass that Carp had already provided, she'll just pour a couple of shots in directly and can like set the bottle down and hold it kind of curled up on the couch with this glass of whiskey in her hands, shivering every once in a while, and just say, I've been dreading this for years. There were times when I thought the not knowing was the hard part, but this is... I don't know what I am.
Do you need to?
Well, it would be nice to know, in certain ways, right? Understand what the hell's happening. Why the fuck I know what I seemingly know. I used to think that I tell myself stories, right? Like that it was an accident, that I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, that I'd been in some sort of trouble, but that it was gonna be fine, and that this new life I'd made for myself, it was meaningful, and that whatever was behind me would stay there if I just kept quiet, if I just minded my own business, if I just continued to lean into this new existence. And yet I just...
Look, you may not know who you are, but that is the part of you that kind of makes you a bit of a part of this group. A lot of us wish we knew, or rather didn't know, things that we do. A lot of us don't know who we are outside of certain situations. And look, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have those same worries about myself. Yours are a little bit more intense, I'll grant you that. But this doesn't make you a bad person. This doesn't make you less so. Look at all the things you've learned how to do by yourself. You can pull a squeezy without being told how to do it now. That's you. You play music that rips the heart of a CTAC officer in pieces. Well, ex-CTAC. That's you. Try not to worry so much about what you are. Try to focus on who you are.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for coming here.
Kyle, sit down next to her. Likewise.
I think at that point, Morrigan would just kind of relax, like into the seat just with her drink in hand and just close her eyes, trying to relax with the little bit of time that they have between now and meeting up at Saren's, just kind of taking the moment to be, and I think intermittently just kind of quietly crying because what the shit, but slowly beginning to try and recompose herself with the company of Kai nearby.
And you can find a moment of solace, right? And you can feel kind of that tension draining from your body as you just kind of sit there in the moment. And again, thinking about what Carp says, you're not thinking about the past, you're not thinking about the future. You're just here in the moment with Kai. All right.
Is it late in the day?
It's actually night. It's it's probably 1 a.m.
I think Kyle just kind of throw an arm around Morgan and they'll sit there in quiet until she calms down, and then ultimately until they both just fall asleep.
Okay. And you can find that rest. Speaking of someone who is not resting, Fade. So you do get a location, in a very seedy part of town that you're very familiar with. The streets are packed with people going from one sin to another. Neon lights. It's busy and alive here. So as you walk through the crowds, do you feel at home? Do you change, or are you just letting yourself be yourself?
I have a few different appearances that I wear for different districts, neighborhoods, whatnot. For crime, I usually have a kind of rougher looking dude with a hood up, kind of, that I use a lot. And I'll just kind of stalk through the streets towards this meeting location.
And as you do, and this area of town, it's funny. I was going to say, you might be wondering whether you're being followed, but in this area of town, you're always being followed. There are predators and prey, but I'm assuming that you are a predator.
Yes.
at the top, so you're quite at home, and anyone who thinks twice about crossing you, as soon as your eyes meet, they kind of step back into the shadow looking for another victim. You find yourself going down an alley through one concealed door and then another until you find yourself in kind of a sub-basement area, and you kind of rap twice. The slot opens, and the door opens quickly, and you can see that it's Gertie. I'll move you down here. And the first thing that Gertie does is give you a hug and hold it for a while.
I'm gonna keep my appearance on, but I'm sure Gertie knows it, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she always has the ability to tell where you're at, and there'll be a slight crack in her voice, but she'll say, "Wyatt's waiting for you," and she kind of gestures. And as you walk in, you can see Wyatt has a bottle. He's sitting in a chair. He has a bottle kind of on a small table, and on the table in front of him is something covered in like a cloth or a tarp. So he just has a bottle sitting there. So the first thing that goes through your mind is a body, but it's too small. It's not. But that's kind of the first impression you get. But it's not quite. But it's too small. The lump underneath the tarp isn't big enough. He'll refill the glass and slide it towards you, and then he'll just drink from the bottle.
None for me, thanks. What's that? And I'm just gonna point at the tarp.
The tarp. He's like, they got Enzio.
Did they get his stack?
Yep.
Did
They
we
did
not
leave
have a
some-
backup?
He said, no. Van Doren's bastard son left you a message. He looks towards the tarp.
I'll go over and pull back
Yep.
the tarp.
You pull it off, you see it's Enzio's legs. And you remember Van Doren's son carries a large claymore. And he'll say, they want that thing you're carrying on your back, Fade. Word on the street, it's worth millions to the right people. Is it worth Enzio? Is it worth your own life?
I'm gonna put the tarp back and be like,
Yep.
I already have legs. I don't know why he would give me these.
Because he'll stand. So I'm laughing because that's brilliant. But Wyatt will stand up and he'll say, "They're not your legs, Fade. They're Enzio's. He cut them off.
I know, Wyatt. I was
He
being
didn't send them
glib.
to you as they're not a plaything. It's a message. And you know, he's gonna keep cutting pieces off if we don't do something. Damn it, Fade, is that thing worth more than family?
It is.
Then make me understand. What are we gonna do? Well, I'm not leaving.
We're gonna get Van Doren, and we're gonna chop his legs off, and then we're gonna chop them up into tiny little pieces, and then we're gonna feed them to him in tiny little spoonfuls, like the little baby spoons, and then just make him chew it.
Van Doren runs the biggest crime syndicate on the West Coast, Fade. How are we gonna do that? Who can we turn to?
Me.
He looks towards Gertie, and Gertie will say, "We can do this, Wyatt. She can do this." All right, but answer me one question. Why is this thing worth dying for?
I don't know how to explain it. And you'll
All
think
right.
it's dumb anyway.
I don't think everything that you do is dumb, Fade. I just don't understand it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not part of your crew anymore, Wyatt. And I don't have to explain things to you anymore.
I know that. Maybe I made a mistake casting you out. We were stronger together. We always were.
I've got a new crew now. I picked them myself.
All right. Can we count on them the same way we used to be able to count on each other?
Definitely not.
Yes. Well, you're not exactly making me feel confident. But
Well-
you can count on them enough to get this done?
Enough.
All right. We'll find out where they've got Enzio. We'll let you know when we're ready.
It is worth it, Wyatt.
I hope so. Because
It is.
there's no guarantee that well, there's no guarantee that we'll get Enzio back. There's no guarantee that we'll survive trying to rescue him. So if this thing is worth dying for, I just hope you're right, that it's worth it, that it means something, because there's not very damn much in this life that does. He'll take his bottle, family, that's it. And he'll take a sip back, drink his, take a long swig from the bottle, and he goes, we'll let you know.
Family ain't shit, but I'll drink to friends.
He goes, friends then. And he'll clink glasses with you, and you can go out and Gertie will give you a hug before you go, and she'll whisper, "You're not my friend, Fade. You're family. I don't care what you say."
I think a friend is better than family anyways.
You're probably right. We'll get Enzio back. Don't you worry.
We will.
Take care of your little friend. She points to the backpack.
I will.
All right, and you can head out. And Peirce, you arrive at your safe house.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to my computer, my
Your
deck.
dog is your sentry dog is waiting for you at the door patiently. When you come in, it gets all excited and runs up and jumps up.
Go patrol the perimeter, please. I don't want any unexpected guests.
And you kind of start. So you got those two energy swords or energy. Are you going to start? We're mentioning offline. You're thinking about putting them together. So you're going to go to the workbench and start tinkering.
I want to check in on Brittany first.
Yep. You can check in on her. So you don't. So you check in on her, and she's kind of like away. So you start tinkering, but not for long. I mean, you tinker maybe, let's say, 30 minutes, and you finally get it working. You kind of hold it up, depress the activation buttons, and the blade comes out either side, Darth Maul style. Kind of. So. You and you can't help. I see you smiling there. So Peirce, get up and smile and think the next time he runs into Raylene Kawahara, maybe it will go differently.
Oh, yeah.
And Brittany will appear behind you. The nano swarm kind of materializes. She's like, "Is everything all right?"
Yes and no. Morrigan's alive.
That's amazing.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on.
How's that possible? A backup?
I don't know. We'll probably talk about it. They're coming here in a while. How's Stan?
He's waiting for you.
Okay. Pull me out in an hour.
Okay, out of VR.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're going. Okay. So you can lay down on the table, and you will leave your sleeve, and she will appear behind you. When you appear, you are initially you are surprised. Like you're like, wait a minute. I mean, am I back in? This is kind of Raylene Kawahara's program. It's the burning forest on Harlan's world near Safe Home. So it's identical, and he's standing there just kind of looking at the trees burn. Brittany will walk up, kind of touch him on the shoulder, take his hand, and then kind of let him, kind of gesture that you're here, and she'll step aside. He'll turn around and walk over to you, and you realize, you've heard the stories of the envoys. You know that they are trained to alter the construct, and it dawns upon you that he's creating this reality. This is what he wants to see. So he walks up, and he'll kind of put a hand on your shoulder, and of course your visual. You normally look like him, but your visual manifestation is yourself, your old self, or your true self, before you were gunned down by Raylene. But he puts a hand on your shoulder. He goes, "I'm sorry, son. I never went for you to be drawn into my world."
Well, we hardly ever get what we want. And I kind of like shoulder his hand off.
Yep.
What? How long have you been in there? In here?
Decades, I think. I had thought I was the lost envoy after the Rollins virus was unleashed. But I was wrong. Raylene survived. She tracked me down. Killed my sleeve. Put me in VR. I had a backup, but I had set things up for you, Peirce. I wanted to make sure that, I didn't do much for you in your life. But I wanted to make sure that if anyone came after you for my sins, you'd at least have a second chance. Let me try and explain. The DHF technology, it was supposed to allow humanity to travel to the stars. It was supposed to raise us above our pettiness and greed. But living forever corrupts even the best of us. That's what Quellcrist Falconer believed. And I believed in her. But without death, we cannot know what life is worth. Life has to have limits, or we're not human anymore. Do you understand? That is why I joined her. That's why I became an envoy. And she was right. You see what has become of the world. The stack technology was used by the wealthiest to give them an everlasting hold on power. It's made them gods, Peirce. Gods that ruled over us. Gods that I wanted to destroy. The rebellion was all about that, undoing this injustice. But we knew we couldn't defeat the Protectorate with guns. Not even as envoys. There were just too many of them. They had too much power. Quellcrist was an amazing warrior, or Quell. She was a better scientist. And when he says that, he looks at Brittany. I don't want to burden you with this, but I'm not sure that choice. I'm not sure if I have a choice.
What is it that Raylene is after? What is Brittany hiding?
First, tell me, son. I don't know anything about you. Once I reveal this information to you, you understand that there's no escaping it. You understand that. What I will tell you is a trap. Are you sure you want to know the truth?
I'm already in the trap. Raylene is hunting me. Continues to. I can't imagine that's ever going to stop.
Perhaps we can stop her. Perhaps I can stop her. He looks towards Brittany and he will say, underneath what you see as your sister is an AI virus, one capable of infiltrating DHF networks, infecting stacks, and creating digital degradation. Essentially, anyone infected by it, their DHF would die after a certain period of time. Backups would no longer be possible. We would bring death back to everyone. Or at least that was the dream. You see, as envoys, we had to commit to no backups. One life, one death. That also extended to our families. I was one of the best dippers. I helped her create it, Peirce. Or Saren, he would say. I helped her create it, Saren. It was my job to insert the virus into the system, but I just couldn't do it. I had watched my little girl's life cut short. I would have done anything to bring her back. You understand that? Anything. And in that moment, I realized that I was trying to destroy the only technology that would have given me that choice. What right did I have? I couldn't take that from you. Quellcrist believed she was trying to prevent the creation of gods, but she herself was playing God. So I did the only thing that I could. It cannot be destroyed. I knew I would never, so I created a trap for myself. I merged it with Brittany's DHF. The only way to unleash it is to destroy her, something I knew I would never do.
Is there no, this is, we're talking about not extinction level events, but I don't know why it feels like that. And it can't be shut off or destroyed or anything. This is just a walking bomb.
It's your sister. That's what it's become. Yes, underneath is terrible technology. It needs to be inserted into the main network.
So after all of this, after realizing that you wouldn't make that decision, you still want to follow through with Falconer's plan?
No, I don't. Don't you understand, Saren? When they were killed at Safehold, when the Rollins virus was unleashed, I was given a choice, and I chose not to go through with the plan. That's why I put Brittany's DHF. I merged it with Brittany's DHF. If to unleash the virus, I need to kill your sister all over again. I won't do that, and I don't believe you will either.
No. But
this burden is now yours.
Listen, I appreciate you explaining things, and I appreciate Brittany, but I also fended for myself my entire life, and family doesn't really mean much. You were never there. Mom did what she could, working, but eventually that stopped too. Fell into pity and despair, and I had to raise myself. I had to make who I am. And so, no, I'm not going to release the virus, but it's not because it has some sentimental shield around it. It's because I don't want billions of people to have to face the decision that you cowered out of.
I understand, son. I'm sorry. Everything that you've said is true. Then let me try to undo a bit of what I've done. I will take care of Raylene.
Yeah, I mean, if you could do that, that'd be great. I would prefer not to have a psychotic bitch on my ass the entire, rest of however long I get to live. So,
But I need to leave my sister with you. Do you understand? You are my son. Someone has to bear this responsibility. There's no one else I can trust.
yep, I understand.
I'm sorry.
Well, words are words. How about you go take care of Raylene?
I'll need a sleeve.
Weirdly, that we have.
All right. Then I guess that's that. He reaches out to put a hand on your shoulder, but pulls it away. And you'll turn back and stare at the trees.
I'll just exit VR.
Brittany comes out with you. She's not quite sure what to say. Perhaps together we can find a way to destroy me. She'll say.
It's not you that needs to be destroyed, Brittany. But who knows? Who knows if it's even possible?
So she will kind of take a step back. You can tell, you can sense that there's a genuine feelings for you from her. I mean, she still views you as her little brother, but she also senses this. There's this wall, this divide. And as you're left to your thoughts, we'll switch back to Morrigan and Kai. After you both find some peace in sleep, and you'll kind of awaken naturally, not from a nightmare or anything startling. You just, find yourself emerging from a comforting rest.
Hey, we should get moving.
Right.
Saren's got some stuff. I need to stop by my place. There's some stacks. I need to get there. You can come if you want, or I can just meet you there. Whatever works.
No, yeah. Probably better if we move in pairs, for security's sake.
Great. Right. And she'll kind of get up off the couch and brush off her legs and tidy up just a little bit. She'll, I'm just gonna let Carp know that we're headed out. I'll be right back. And she'll just quickly find Carp and say, "Hey, I'm good."
Yep. I'll be here if you need me, Morrigan. Do what you need to do.
Okay. Hey, thank you for everything.
Get this behind you, and then grab yourself a life and keep it.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. So you can. So he will. So I guess you and Kai can leave the bar behind. Are you heading for? You're heading for your apartment.
Yeah. She would call a cab and climb in, and I think she'd be pretty quiet.
Yep.
This is not this is not something that Morgan typically does, letting people know where she lives.
Yep.
So she would be just that kind of quiet as they approach the building. It's a nicer building. Like I wouldn't say it's like the Ritz or anything like that,
Yep.
but it's a well-maintained property. She'd get out and gesture for Kai to follow as she leads him up and inside.
Okay. And you can find yourself in your apartment home. And this has probably been a safe haven for a few years now. So again,
Mm-hmm.
you feel yourself relax even more.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's pretty minimal. There's black guitar cases that line the wall that he would be recognizable now, and she will just wordlessly enter and move directly to her safe where it is in the wall in her room, open it up, grab the stacks. She would notice that the guns that she had taken previously when they had gone to help Saren are now missing, and that would kind of give her pause for a second.
Yep.
But she would just shrug it off and close up the safe. She'd also probably change clothes into her normal attire, not wanting to wear the clothes that Carp had given her.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Trying to get a little bit more comfortable, which would be just a plain black tee, some black cargo pants, just very nondescript, and be pulling her hair up. She would also probably check like notifications, kind of a deal, like on like, because she has like I don't think she has an Oni. I guess she would just use the house to like see what the hell's been going on.
You probably, I mean, Onis are pretty commonplace. You might have a spare, you probably have like
perfect
contact lens
cool.
cases with a bunch of them. You can just drop them.
Yeah, if that's cool, she would do that. She would pop in an Oni so she could now communicate directly with everybody. And just again, do a quick like check of if she has any messages or anything like that as she gets ready to head out.
In the few minutes that Morgan is looking in her safe, grabbing her stacks, Kai is kind of like glancing around the apartment, and he'll take one of the black guitar cases off of the wall, open it, and he'll try to remove the guitar that looks the worse for wear, I guess. Whatever one looks more beat up, if there are any that are beat up.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll take the empty case with him and sling it over his shoulder and wait for Morgan. And as soon as she comes back out, I think it's time you upgraded from squeezies.
Okay. What do you mean?
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let me just grab some water. She's gonna like gesture to the guitar case and say, "You planning on learning some power chords there?"
Yeah, one of my favorites actually, a bullet in D minor.
Okay.
I'll explain on the way.
All right. And she'll go to like her kitchen where there's like any food that's in there is probably like gone bad, but she'll just grab a couple of like drinks from the fridge, one for her and one for Kai, and get ready to like move out.
Okay. So you've got the stack of stacks, the guitar, and you can grab another taxi. And are you heading directly to Peirce's safe house?
Kai is actually going to detour to probably the same place where he purchased his hammers, the upgrades for his hammers, and the bag of squeezies. And he's going to attempt to purchase 2 different weapons.
Okay.
He's going to grab probably like a set of, let's see, how many people do we have that don't use weird alien weapons for knives for hands? 2, 3. I'll grab 3 UTS-15 shotguns.
Okay.
And I will purchase 1 beam rifle, if I can find one underground.
So here's the question: are you willing? Are you going to use the Black Ops budget, and are you going to use the Black Ops network to source out weapons?
Yes, and if I have to, but I will try not to initially.
Okay. So we're gonna the shotguns are no problem because that's fairly common. The beam weapon, to get one of that, I think streetwise, is that a skill? No, that was Morrigan got a bonus or something whenever she did streetwise.
If Morgan's with him too, like if that's a skill that would help in this situation, she would try to assist in the purchase of firearms, and if the funds became an issue, she would just like wave a hand and say, "This one's on me."
Trust me, it's not on you. Don't you worry about the price tag.
So in this case, I guess it would be an investigation roll. Underneath acuity.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
So, and I forget, Morrigan, what you get as a bonus for Streetwise. Is it
So any for empathy and intelligence rolls, it gives me +2 when urban specialization is applicable. I think, does that mean like it's +2, which is confusing because it's a roll under.
Yeah. So it means it adds a +2 to the target number. So if your target number was 5, it's now 7. So you can get more. Yeah. Well, investigation roll, and I will. So I just in terms of that streetwise urban nature, would you did have guns in your vault? You must have acquired them somehow. So are you?
Yeah.
You picture yourself having like contacts like that, like arms dealers?
I think it's very like Morgan's whole plan was just to fucking hide, right? She would have learned enough of like the way that the system works, of like where she could get stuff without ever being recognized. Like she would learn like her thing would be like trusted spots, right? So like Carp's place, like that's where she can go to be safe.
Good. So the two of you working together is a great team. So Kai, you will get her +2 bonus on your TN. So whatever it normally is, increase it by 2.
Okay, cool. That means that I just made it because I failed.
Awesome. There you go. Teamwork. So you got yourself a beam rifle, very expensive, restricted item, but you pay for it out of the Black Ops budget, and so no issue. The money goes out, and you kind of get the. I assume you're putting them in the guitar case. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Getting flashbacks to El Mariachi here, but you put them in the guitar case, and by the time you kind of get that done, get the taxi, and are on your way again, the funds in the Black Ops budget have been returned to whole.
Yeah. Once it refills, I'll kind of turn to Morrigan. You remember when I said don't focus so much on what you are, but more on who you are?
Sure.
There are some things about my what that might be hard to explain. But rest assured that regardless of what my what becomes, that my who is the who you know. It's complicated.
Right.
I don't want to throw more on you. This seems like a bad time.
I don't know if there's a good time, Kai, but I hear what you're saying. Just, if you're gonna end up being some kind of alien with multiple consciousness, I feel like you are legally obligated to tell me that now up front.
I think that if I were an alien, specifically one of multiple consciences, that it would be mighty bold of you to assume that I would stay here on this dirt ball with a smarmy guitar player of all people and a walking, living porcelain doll and a computer who's managed to hack his own dad. I think you think a little highly of yourself, Morrigan. You do well to come off that high horse.
I'm rather
Maybe
comfortable. I think
maybe
I'll just
learn a
stay put.
little humility for yourself, aye? You're too proud.
Well, listen, I have 3 counterpoints. Fuck you, fuck your stupid joke, and let's fucking go.
He'll stay like quiet for like a long moment as if this is like a legit argument, and then like he'll just kind of push her arm when they're sitting in the car.
Yeah.
All right, and you can be en route. Fade, are you going after leaving Wyatt's hideout? Where do you go?
I will head towards the safe house. Yeah, I will take my time though, and absolutely stop off at the diner, though I feel like my heart isn't in it as much. Like the food just isn't hitting the spot like it normally would. And I'm just not feeling myself, kind of feeling a little.
JP will come over and he was like, I put an extra scoop of ice cream, but it appears, Miss Fade, that you are not yourself. It pains me so to see you in such agony. Is there anything that I can do? Anything?
I'll be okay. I just got a really shitty gift today, and it's made me feel icky.
Well, as you know, if there is anything at all that JP can do for my favorite customer, you need but ask.
I know. Thank you. And she will finish up, but she's just gonna kind of walk slowly towards the safe house.
Okay. And you can watch as you're walking. You can feel the edges of your backpack being probed and prodded. Out of curiosity, it is a complete seal, right? So there's no way.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you will feel kind of the prodding and stuff. And again, you get the sense that you're obviously feeling some emotions. It appears as if the Centillion is reacting to it.
If it's doing that, I will actually after taking a few random turns for whoever's following me, I will eventually just try and do a quick shift into a different look and then tuck down an alley. Okay. And hide behind some refuse or something and just open it up and, kind of just poke at my friend. Yeah. And just say, I'm sorry, I haven't forgotten about you. It's just been a weird day.
No, so you'll see the energy is pulsating along its tentacles. It will actually reach out and run its tentacle, kind of caress your cheeks, almost like it's soothing you to some extent. It's almost like a pat on the back. But the thing that's really different about it is that as soon as its tentacles touch you, you feel as if you are soothing yourself. Right? It's all of a sudden it's your hand that's brushing your cheek, and it so again in your head you hear your own voice say, "What do you want?"
I want to kill Van Doren.
It will actually. So there's pretty strong. Do violent images flash through your brain?
Yeah, it's just gonna be Van Doren Jr., I guess.
Yeah, so-
Just in my mind.
So the actual violent imagery causes the centillion. It pulls back as if it's been shocked, or if it's been like as if it's like it's been repulsed or withdrawn by that very violent image. But then it pauses, kind of regroup itself, and it reaches out with its tentacles and touches your face again, almost like it's just kind of easing itself back in. And your violent tendencies, you can feel them echoing back towards back and forth between you and the creature. Okay.
I will after some time like this, I'll case back up and continue on, and just need to get some more stacks to feed it.
You can, unless anyone wants to do anything else, which you're perfectly welcome to. Everyone will arrive at Peirce's hiding. Peirce, did you want to do anything else after that encounter with your father?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to play fetch with my dog.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
However, I'm not throwing anything. I'm showing him pictures of specific items,
Okay.
components, mechanical components for things on like a data pad screen, or even just like sending it to whatever mechanical interface that he has. And I'm going to have him go fetch those things around the safe house.
Oh, okay. Interestingly. So did he teach him kind of like, I need this, I need that, and the dog will just go and get it? Yeah, absolutely. In fact, you can give me, that would be probably data engineering. You're creating a new program. So you can give me that role. I'll give you, you're on your home deck, so don't forget that you're advantaged.
Cool. Okay, get a +1 for dex. I get bonus die.
Yeah, this should be a good roll.
I don't know what that means, but sure. It's a 1.
Oh, a 1. Yeah, so you get to dictate. You get to narrate so basically, whatever you want the dog to fetch. It's a quick learner, but also it doesn't. You're helping it learn by modifying its programming, right? So, so essentially, and how it retrieves things. So if it's metal, it actually has a magnet as a part of its face, so it can actually draw. It actually draw things up to like 6 feet away, and just attach and it comes over. But for things that are not magnetic, it does have it's lower beneath its chin. Kind of a panel slides back, and a small just a small hand can come out, and it can just pick something up.
Like an R2D2 kind of thing, like pincher.
For maintenance purposes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I will have him gather all these components, and I will get back to you on what I am creating.
Okay. Awesome. Very good. So you can all arrive at Peirce's safe house. Oh, unless, sorry, Peirce did something else. Did anyone else have anything else they wanted to do? Okay. You arrive at Peirce's safe house.
I feel like I hate myself for this, but I feel like I have named the dog Canine. So stupid. And I think, okay, bye, Bright. The scene involves you. Bye.
He's laughing his butt off.
Yeah.
Great.
And I think as soon as Bright walks in the door, Canine like pounces and knocks him the fuck over.
This is all right. I guess this is fair. I walked in here with a suitcase full of guns. That's on me.
Listen,
Pezzies.
he's not profiling. He's just excited. So sorry about that.
It's all right. Good boy. Get off, please.
Yeah. Peirce snaps his fingers and the
He'll go
dog
back.
just kind of
He's
runs
very
back.
well trained. He's very well trained.
Yeah.
He listens to Peirce and nobody else.
Oh, I think Fluffy cracked a rib. Oh.
You'll see Brittany will be standing there, and she'll just kind of nod as you come in, and she'll say, "Can I get you?" She'll offer to get you anything. She'll bring out like refreshments or something. And she was watching the whole time, Kai, that you were, or sorry, Peirce, that you were training the dog. Out of curiosity, because the incident was very tense with you and your father, and she has been she has been keeping her distance ever since, because you obviously made it clear to your father that you're not family, and that you have no, you're not really interested in bridging that gap. So following that, she really doesn't know where she fits in with regards to the relationship with you. And in watching you with this dog, Peirce, I mean, at least I got the impression that Peirce was like really enjoying the dog, like teaching it and getting it to going, like that he was kind of in his little element there.
Yeah, I think it started out very much as a distraction tactic.
Yeah.
To keep himself away from his dad and Brittany. But then I think it definitely turned into enjoyment, especially realizing that the dog is so useful. I feel like the actual work of collecting things got done relatively quickly, and so he just continued trying to train him.
Okay, yeah, and basically what I'm going there, to some extent, Brittany kind of takes a step further back, because she is obviously physical in terms of nanoswarms. She's incredibly capable, and from one point of view, it could seem as if you're replacing her with the dog. Just to leave that. Like you're going for the dog because you can 100% trust it, right? It is what it is. Like man's best friend. I mean, it's to some extent. I guess I'm trying to get at from psychologically. Is Peirce going to the dog because of that? Because it's trustworthy 100%?
Two things. One, the dog is something that Peirce found and made his family.
Yep.
Which means a little bit more than blood, at least to him.
Yeah.
Second, the dog is machine. It does not have necessarily a conscious part of it. And so he feels like he's been working with machines his entire life.
Yep.
This is just more natural to him. Very, very much more natural to Peirce than even talking to a living person. So.
Yep, good. I just wanted to understand that a bit better, so thank you. So Fade, you arrive. Ta-da! I assume you're in your current form, your normal form?
No, I'm gonna enter as a very quiet-looking woman with mousy brown hair and just plain nondescript features.
Okay.
But once I am in, I will change back to myself.
Yep.
I'd like to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'd like to think as like Fade walks in, is this just this like really like nondescript person? Morrigan would raise an eyebrow and be like, "A bit flashy, don't you think?"
I'll do a spin.
and she takes off her, and I get this right, she takes off her carnival fish bag. Is it carnival fish bag? Was that what it was?
Yes.
And sets it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Is that thing still even alive?
Yeah, you know it is.
Yes.
You don't have to ask. You can feel it.
I take excellent care of it.
However, you know what, Morrigan? I'm going to give you, let's see. I'm going to give you probably a read. I guess read. You're not reading a person, but to some extent, it would be a read person roll.
Okay. That's a 4 under 5.
Yeah, you sense the centillion. However, you do sense something a bit different. There is an undertone of violence.
Morgan, still not certain as to what the fuck this thing is or why, like, she can sense it, will, like, feel that. And it feels different than when she was on Neo Atlantis, right? Like, it's not that same
That's
tones.
correct. And yeah.
Okay. And she'll
This feels different than what it felt like previously the last time you were in
right.
it.
And on the, like, as Fade saying, you know, I take excellent care of it, Morrigan's like, she's responding like, well, you might want to teach Saren his dog doesn't have good manners. Wait, whoa. What have you been feeding that thing?
Excuse me?
No, not you. What have you been feeding it? Fade.
I haven't fed it yet today, but I could go out and find someone, I guess.
Wait, I'm sorry. This doesn't fucking eat, like, I don't know, like hot dogs or sushi? Or you're telling me it eats people?
No, it seems to eat stacks.
Of fucking course it does. Well, it's pissed, so whatever the hell we need to do to get it.
That was just probably me. I was having a bad day.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, well, I touched it while I was thinking thoughts, and I think it shared my thoughts, which is fine. It'll be fine.
Right. You're just gonna take the plant that can absorb DHF data directly into it, consuming it, and you're gonna give it violent rage, and you think that's just gonna be super cool.
Well, it should be helpful.
Right, until it's our fucking stacks. Can Morgan, like, talk to it, I guess? Like, she's very uncertain about any of this.
Yeah, you could try. I mean, you could try and touch it, right? It's something you haven't tried to do. You know, you've seen, so you didn't see the creature on Neo Atlantis. It was in a container, but you sensed it. But
Okay.
obviously there's some connection between it and Aquaria.
Yeah, so she's gonna, like, if she thinks she's gonna have to touch it, she's just gonna shake her head and say, Saren, I've got more stacks here. Maybe we can pull the information out, and she'll look at Fade, and I guess feed it something today.
Yeah. Also, the dog is house trained. I programmed him to pounce on Kai because I thought it would be funny.
Right.
Fine. Yeah, let me see him.
All right, Saren, digital networking roll. So basically these are stacks of people, but you want to do the same thing you did before. You just want to kind of spool up and search through memories and then replay them in VR.
Yeah, okay, let me do that.
And again, you have all your bonuses because you're in your safe haven.
That is a 4 under 60.
Oh, nice. Okay, so you can be working away there. Everyone else can kind of make themselves at home in this kind of, it's a very workshop-like area, but, you know, there's sofas and probably a cot, a fridge. I don't know, do you actually keep a decent food? No.
You know what?
Box
If you look in the fridge, there's some coffee grounds, a little bit of dried fruit, and there's this big bag of cheese and some tortillas in there. And it's just but what I want to do with these stacks is kind of lay them out in order. If Morgan can give me a sense of like oldest to youngest in terms of acquiring the stacks.
So it will just be, I think it's like 4 or 5 if I remember right.
Yeah, and you don't remember acquiring them.
And I woke up, they were same as this last time. I woke up, there was blood, I kept them. That's all I know.
Okay. Well, I'll kind of play around with them, rearranging. I'm trying to create a timeline.
Okay.
That we can watch, essentially.
Okay. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah, that's a good enough roll. So you can pull out kind of the you can probably go to the most recent memories, which would be just before the sleeves were killed. Kind of rewind 10 minutes. They all experienced the same event, killed them all. As you're looking through it, the question is, are you going to look through it together, or is Peirce looking through it on his own first, or is it you're just going to do what you did last time, throw it up on the hollow projector?
I think knowing what we're looking for here, I think everyone together.
Okay. Are you ready for this, Morrigan?
I think as she sees that he's not going to screen it himself, and then he's going to put it on the big screen, she'll kind of she'll get in that like, oh fuck, here we go, and go find a wall to like lean against, just in case like it gets too much, and she'll just watch. You cycle the last memories before the sleeves were killed. So again, these people are alive. Their DHF is intact. They've been sitting, dormant for 4 years. But you run the events just that led up to their death. Back at that, you see a familiar setting. You're back at the lab with Dr. Locke. Morrigan is actually strapped to a table. You can see that hovering above her is kind of a 3-dimensional hologram of her DHF, and Dr. Locke is kind of searching through it, segmenting, moving pieces around, and Trask is there from Psychosec, and Trask is like, have you managed to copy the engram, Doctor? And he goes, yes, a partial copy. Unfortunately, it's nothing like I've ever seen before. Her DHF has been completely altered. No, not altered. Evolved. But even the partial copy, she's already lost 70% of her identity in the process. If I keep going, her DHF will become completely fragmented. You can see Trask takes a look at the data, and she goes, she's not human, Doctor, so spare me the ethics. Her DHF was manufactured from samples taken from over 100 subjects. She's a construct, a Frankenstein, if you will. She can be rebuilt. Proceed. What's going through Morrigan's mind? Oh, she's pissed.
He goes, of course. And there's technicians here. There's some good guards, but there's also technicians, and the doctor starts to proceed. And alarms, kind of like the cardiograph, alarms start going off. And Trask is like, so what's happening? The doctor turns to attack. The tech looks up and he goes, she's pulling herself out of VR, regaining consciousness. And you can see that Morrigan on the table is starting to, just kind of opens her eyes and starts to sit up. Trask actually yells out, kill the sleeve. and the technician, so Morrigan reaches up, grabs one of the technicians, but another one hits a red button on the console, and you can see the kind of the she's got hooked up to like intravenous. You can see the liquid, a green liquid flows, and she goes into cardiac arrest, and dies. There's kind of a you want to explain that, Doctor? Says Trask, and Lox goes, I think we've perhaps reduced her DHF to its most basic animalistic instincts. But the sleeve is dead. I'll resume. And when Lox goes back to it, he goes, wait a minute. He goes, what? The DHF, it's gone. And at that moment, the door opens behind them. You recognize it, Morrigan. It is the bioscanner. And Morrigan steps out from through this door as they all turn, and her fury is unleashed. And I'll actually turn the narrative over towards I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Sarah, but I will turn
I'm in
the
it, man.
narrative over towards you. There are 5 people in this room, including Trask, 2 technicians, 3 guards that are armed, and Dr. Lox. But as you step out, the AI just kind of dissolves into nanites and retreats, and it's over to you.
I think there's like a moment of like current time Morrigan as she's watching this and like hearing this. There's like a rage that's like building in her ears as she hears like she's not human, like she can be made and altered, and like just angry rage. And as this other version of her steps out, there's like a moment where the two are just like across space and time, just fucking angry. And this, as she steps out of the tube, she'll look up. There's a technician that's there. She's just going to like in 2 steps slam her like the palm of her hand into the windpipe, just crushing it. And as a person falls down, she's gonna actually like take his like knee and the momentum and like bring it up and like crack it into the side of the neck, just like snapping it that person's neck, and like removing the like stack as she does so, just with bare hands as she rips it out. Were there guards? You said there's 2 technicians
some of
and a
them will
guard.
bring up their assault rifles to try and fire.
Yep, she's gonna duck down and like almost like crawling under the gunfire, get up and kick up into one of the guards' stomachs like multiple times, and then bring their like sweeper leg around to take out a knee, knocking him down and grabbing the gun and just blast like right a hole through his chest, and like without even looking turn back and blast a hole in the remaining technician, dropping the gun as she moves towards Trask. Trask
puts up her hands and she goes, stop, I order you, I created you.
She doesn't stop, as like this version of Morrigan, words don't matter, there's just only instinct and survival. As she like reaches up to Trask and will just slam a fist into her sternum with like a crack, and then kick up into her face, snapping her nose, and just continue to like beat the shit out of this woman. Like there's no like swiftness to it, it's just like absolute animalistic battering as she just rips this woman to shreds, like punching it, like eventually like once she's down on the ground, just like punching her face until it's like a bloody pulpy mess, as she just powers through all of these things. Subconsciously, like as she gets up and there's just dead bodies, she'll grab the couple of remaining stacks, just like staggering with anger and rage, with like, I'm assuming like an alarm going off at this point.
Yeah, there's alarms, emergency lights.
Yeah, blood dripping, and current Morrigan is just watching that same rage, just filling her ears as her eyes are filling with tears and her jaw is gritted hard, and she can like watching it, she can't feel it, but for a second she thinks she can feel the sensation of like knuckle against bone and like the like hurt of like punching fists, and she'll clench her fist as she like vicariously relives her own memories through this video and watches as this naked, bloody, angry version of herself stumbles into the deeper halls of the lab.
So what is everyone else doing as this is going on, as you're watching this? What's your reactions or your expressions? I'm most curious about Fade, I have to admit.
I am actually going to just kind of quietly walk over to Morrigan and kind of slip my hand into hers and just hold it. But as the video ends, I'm just going to wait a few seconds for her breathing to calm just a little, and then I'm going to whisper, Frankenstein.
Morgan is going to turn and grab, she's going to turn and grab Fade and slam her up against the wall, just like as hard as she can. And just pure anger. She's like, say that to my fucking face one more time. I swear to God, I'll kill you right here.
Kai like jumps at the sound of like the slam against the wall as he's watching this like an action movie, kind of doing like.
Yeah.
Fade doesn't react really to you grabbing her throat. She just kind of giggles once you have her up against the wall.
You
Oi!
think this is funny? You think this is fucking funny?
I think it's nice to have someone else that doesn't feel like a single person.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And she'll like drop her down. I'm not that.
Oh, you
Whatever
are.
the fuck they are. No. Whatever the fuck they tried to make me, whatever the fuck this is, I'm not that.
Okay.
Peirce, what are you doing?
Trying
That
not to
vi-
make
that
trying
virus
not to make a joke.
that virus bomb isn't looking too bad. No, just joking.
Well, this somewhat explains you returning. We don't, we could talk about the truth of the conversations had. I'm not entirely sure that it matters. What do you want to do? Or
She'll look at Fade, just pure rage and like fear, because again, this is all it doesn't make sense.
Are you still holding me up against the wall?
No, she's let go, like she's let go and taken a step back, and she'll look and go, that bitch is after whatever the fuck Sparky's plant thing is, Aquarius or whatever. The thing that made me this way. I was sent to find it. They sent me to find it. Whatever. They want that. So we keep them from having it. If they get that, the soulless are already dead. And they'll kill us all.
Well, like I was alluding to earlier, we have to figure something out to put this to rest. Does anyone have any bright ideas?
On that cue, Fade, you get a message comes in from Wyatt. We know where he is. But if they'll say, we know where Enzio is. But if we're going to do this, we need to end Doren. And he'll sign it like, RDM, real death.
Anyone feel like going on a little hunt?
Yes. Van Doren knows Trask. Trask is the person who's after this thing. We find it, we find him, and we rip the fucking truth out of his...
It solves one problem.
And then we can take care of Trask next.
That would be nice. Kai?
I think I might have the tools for the job. And he'll open up the guitar case and start pulling out the very massive looking shotguns that have barrels roughly the size and circumference of like gallon milk containers. They are big, round, and they have a rotating barrel in the front. I bought one for everyone. As long as we can agree to play nice.
Always.
Ty,
The
did you end up out of character? Did you end up getting the beam rifle?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you thinking about doing some modifications?
Oh well. I guess I could. Let me take a look at that.
Wyatt's message will just say, where do we meet? You know, we'll leave the question with you. Where do we meet up?
I'll send him a location that I know very well that's near. Did he say where Enzio is, or just that he knows where?
No, he did not, because he doesn't trust it. Just run off and do it yourself.
No, that's fair. Okay, I will just give him a location that I'm very familiar with and use frequently for meetups.
Okay. All right. So you've got a time and a place to meet up with him. Wyatt will lead you to Van Doren, who has Enzio. Kill two birds with one stone. You're right. Van Doren appears to be on the payroll of Psychosec, so he might have answers. So between now and that meeting, is there anything else you want to do? I mean, Morrigan, you're kind of, yeah, I feel like you've been hit again and again with these revelations. You know that there's more probably terrible secrets to come, but you do look at yourself with different eyes, like the person who you watched on the sleeve, the person that you watched on the memory engram was a killing machine, lethal. And Kai, yourself, when you were watching it, you haven't seen. There's special forces CTAC officers or soldiers that you haven't seen fight quite that well.
Yeah. Once Kai's done, kind of jokingly placating with Fade and handing all the weapons to Ty, I think he'll step over to Morrigan and say, "How are you holding up?"
I'll be fine. Apparently, I've got some answers as to why they thought this sleeve was so fucking impressive.
Sure. Maybe.
I'm mad, Kai. I'm fucking pissed.
You should be.
These people, they think that they own everyone else. I made a life for myself. I hid in the shadows. I made what I thought would bring joy to the world. I made art. You know what the meths fucking did? Tried to own it. Tried to take it and keep it for themselves. They run these companies and they take. I'm done. They're not going to take anything else from me.
Sounds familiar, Peirce.
So kind of grab Morrigan by both shoulders till she's looking at him.
Yeah.
We'll get him. I know everybody here is a little bit devil may care, but we'll get him.
Thank you.
GM, did we want to take a break before we
Yeah.
continue with the next?
I was just going to say that. So yeah, it's good. Read my mind. Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
I will. Everyone take 5, and I'll bring us back in.
Awesome.
Once we're done.
Awesome. Okay. Stick around, chat. Action is to come. We are back to the Atrium of Aquarius, where our heroes, can I call you heroes, are about to have just learned more about Morrigan's past. That in fact she is a creation of Psychosec, and underneath the persona that she has built for herself over the last 4 years is a lethal killing machine. So you have a meeting with Wyatt, where essentially you are going to pit yourselves against the Van Doren crime syndicate, one of the largest in Bay City. So Peirce, you finished modifying some weapons, from what I understand. As you're doing that, Brittany will step forward and she'll just be like, "Can I help you with that?"
Yeah, that's fine.
And she'll just kind of work side by side. There'll be silence as you're kind of plugging away at it, unless you want to break the silence.
Listen, what I said in VR,
You
there's
don't-
more meant towards. Yeah.
She'll nod and just she'll say, "I honestly don't know whether I'm your sister or not, but I want to be."
We'll see. If we can make it through all of this, then maybe we'll have some time to figure that out.
All right, so you have your beam weapons, shotguns, you have everything ready. You redon the backpack, Fade, with the Centillion in it. I'm assuming you're going to take it with you. And do you have the Elder Artifact in your pocket?
I do have the Elder Artifact.
All right.
Here's a weird thing. I am going to go up to Peirce.
Yep.
And ask him for some steel plate.
Okay.
And I am going to insert it into the backpack.
Oh, nice, interesting. Yeah, he did plenty of that. There's plenty of that sitting around, so no problem.
I would just like to armor the backpack around the Centillion.
Okay.
Just like slide the plate down around it. Around the back.
No, here, hold on. Peirce will like take a, I guess like a bolt gun kind of, and like actually fire bolts into the steel plating so that the steel plates don't crush the Centillion if the bag gets jostled around or whatever.
So you now have an armored carnival fish bag, or a bulletproof one. So so that'll good. So that'll add some die of armor for it. And you head out as, I guess you are as ready as you can be. Morrigan, you've got your weapons, you've got the knowledge of your capabilities, and the team can head out. Brittany will be online, available should you need her. So you can head towards Wyatt's hideout, unless there's anything else that anyone wants to do. This will kind of be your last chance before things kick into action. We're good? All right.
I think we're good.
You arrive at I guess Fade's meeting place.
Yeah. It is just a tiny, like, really crappy little noodle shop.
Yep.
It's very dingy, very dark. All the lights flicker in it. And it's the kind of noodle shop where it's not even like, this isn't a dive where, oh, trust me, but the noodles are still good. You do not eat the food here.
Okay.
The only people that come here are coming here to meet up with people.
Okay. That makes good. That makes complete sense. So as you come in, you see Wyatt and Gertie will be there. There are arms, and Gertie has a big gun. Wyatt is sitting there having a drink. He looks. I don't know. Just remind me. Has any of you met Wyatt? I don't think.
No one.
Yeah.
Fade is just before we enter. She's just
Yep.
gonna realize that she's got two worlds colliding here, and she's very much gonna just straighten her hair and walk in to see what is the closest thing to her family exists.
You can walk in. Gertie is always typically the first one to greet you. When you walk in, she'll give you a smile, and they go, "These your friends, Fade?"
Yes, these are my friends.
Out of curiosity, have you ever brought friends home before?
No.
No? Okay, all right. So this is a big moment, at least for Gertie. She just kind of nods. You can tell that she's proud of you. Yeah, you can all come in. You can see Gertie standing there with the, or Gordon / Gertie standing there with the shotgun. And Wyatt is sitting there kind of cool as a cucumber. He has a glass in front of him. And he's like, "So this is your crew?"
Yes. Peirce, Morrigan, Kai, this is Wyatt and Gertie.
Did Fade share with you who we're making a move against?
We've got
Yeah.
a general idea.
Well, I hope you really do understand it, because Van Doren, if we do this, we might save Enzio. We might even kill Van Doren himself. But he's just going to spool back up. Him and his barbarian son. And they're going to come after us with everything that they got. There'll be 1,000 cutthroats on our trail. There'll be nowhere to hide. Which is why we can't just rescue Enzio. And we can't just kill Van Doren. We need to take out his backup, which means 2 targets. He kind of looks at you, Fade, because he has actually broken into a DHF storage facility once before, which is how you came about. So he kind of gives you a look, and he goes, "The problem is where his DHF backup is being stored. I'm frankly not sure we can do it. Security at Sculpt is top notch."
I'm sure we can figure it out.
I'm not
Do
sure
you know where the backups are stored?
I'm not sure we have the time. So just to remind you guys, Sculpt is the very
Mhm.
first place that hired you, and in fact you do have a contact. You have a contact there, who you haven't leveraged in I guess in quite some time, which is Calypso Callie. She may not be happy to see you, but the reality is, you have to, in order to take out Van Doren's backup, you need to get into Sculpt and destroy it from within, which means you need to get past their security. He's a, as for Enzio and Van Doren's active sleeve, I'll just drag you over here. He'll say, "Hey, this feels like a heist."
Heck yeah.
He goes, "They're on a yacht near the Golden Gate Bridge. It's So yachts being in the future, yachts can float along the water, but most of the time they hover in the air. So you can see that the flying car kind of heading towards it. He's holding him on the yacht. Just for coolness sake, I'll say it's actually under the Golden Gate. It's kind of hovering near / under the Golden Gate Bridge because that's his territory. He'll say, so we need to rescue Enzio, kill the version of Van Doren on his lot, and delete his backups. I brought the intel. You got the plan? He looks at you, Fade. Now Gertie and I are in. We'll do whatever you need us to.
I'm gonna look at Kai and Peirce. You got the plan?
Are we double teaming this? Or are we one then another?
I have an idea for getting into Sculpt.
Yeah.
What happens when the most secretive musician wants to get a designer sleeve, but nobody really has seen this person, and it requires extreme discretion?
They vacate the building, says Wyatt.
Sure.
She's
but
smart. I like her.
Problem. They've all seen all of us. So as soon as we get in there and we meet with someone, whoever is acting as
I don't think you understand. I am Sonata. It doesn't matter if they know
Fade's
who I am.
just gonna look over like,
Gertie kind of gives a lot. Wyatt kind of looks at you, and Wyatt's kind of more old school country. Well, actually, Sonata is a bit guitar kind of country too, right?
It's more prog rock, but yeah.
Yeah, prog. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So, but Wyatt looks towards you, Fade, as in like, does that mean something? Is that important? Like he just gives you the look. He doesn't say it, but he's like, all right. He'll say, listen, here's one thing you got to know about people like Sculpt. Someone gets inside and deletes a DHF, they're not going to want to talk about it. You can imagine what's going to happen to their reputation if that ever gets out. And besides, so I think we have less to worry about ramifications from Sculpt than we do about Van Doren. We just need to make sure he's dead, and so is his son.
Yeah. Okay. If it works, it works. So Morrigan, are you going alone then? Or...
No, you're coming with me. I don't know how to get rid of data.
I think famous musicians usually have entourages and protection. And Fade's gonna change her appearance to just look like the biggest dude bro entourage kind of guy that she can. Bright colors, lots of jewelry layered on. Just some sort of article of clothing being worn in a manner that it shouldn't, whether it's like a hat sideways or pants halfway down or something like that. Something that's being worn in an alternate manner, and just kind of like lean back.
Well, it's
Ready?
good to know that Fade has no idea what prog rock means.
I don't listen to music. Is there another thing I should look like?
Oh, fuck. Okay. So we're all going in. And then we're gonna attack the yacht.
Well, here was my thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if Sculpt finds out that we deleted his backup before we can kill him, we're fucked. So what I'm suggesting is that Saren and I go to Sculpt, delete the backups, Kai and Fade with the backup, storm the yacht.
I think that's probably the smarter.
I like that plan, says Wyatt.
Kai, what? Have you gotten in touch with Kira?
Sent her a message last night. I haven't heard from her yet. I'll send her another one while I'm saying that.
Yeah, so you can send her another one, and she'll come back on. She'll be like, she's like, Kai, sorry, I got your message earlier. You're not at home?
Nah, and I'll send her an address. I'm here. Everyone else is here too.
What's going on?
New job. Big job.
Okay, I'll get
End
my
game type level job.
Okay, I'll be there. See you soon. And so do you have your gear with you, like the shotguns and all, the beam rifle? If you do, Gertie will be quite happy taking a look at it. She goes, custom. You do this work yourself?
Yeah, that's me.
She'll give Wyatt the nod. He gets up. He goes, okay. We got a floating yacht we need to take out. Seems like you work well together. And again, he gives you a nod, a fade or a smile, and he goes, so we'll take your lead. You tell us what you need us to do. Gertie's a heavy hitter. And I'm not bad with gun myself.
Fade is looking up prog rock outfits on her Oni right now.
Okay, yeah.
And changing her appearance to look like that.
Okay,
Akira's on her way, by the way. We'll have an extra set of hands shortly.
Yeah, Akira can take my my shotgun. I don't think I'll need it in hoity-toity land.
Okay.
Do you have anything else on you?
Yes.
Besides your weird little double dragon blazer knife?
Again, we'll look slightly offended, but we'll kind of open up jacket, and you can see folded in 3 layers is the sniper rifle that he gave you a while ago.
Right on.
Always.
Yeah, so just so you know, going like celebrity going into sculpt, you know, sidearms and stuff like that would probably not face a lot of scrutiny. Beam rifle might be seen as a bit unusual, but yeah, any kind of personal small weapons or anything that's not obviously like a heavy weapon, no problem. You probably won't get challenged at all.
I assume the beam rifle will be going back in the guitar case, which will not be conspicuous in any way.
Oh, well, you know what? I mean, yeah, interestingly, so Morrigan, you're using the beam rifle? I guess you could bring your guitar. Yeah, no problem. So smart thinking on putting it in there.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I feel like the cover, if need be, because like in Morrigan's mind, her and Saren's mission is ideally going to go down without violence. It's more of like an infiltrate kind of mission. And so like we can have our shit with us still. Like I see Ty going, like we can have our shit with us still, but like the idea being that it's like infiltrate and get in versus Kai and Fades, which is just blow everything to bits. So
is any of this said out loud, by the way? Are you saying like we don't expect to have any problems?
No. I think we can prepare for the worst, right? I'd rather not blow a hole in the side of this building.
Right. Oh, I reckon
we'll do what we gotta do.
Oh no, we are 100% Mission Impossible. In that vein, Peirce is going to take off the sniper rifle and put it into whatever bag Kai has. Make sure that gets used. Yes.
So two of you are going to do that. Wyatt will look towards you, Fade, and he'll say, "Remember the job in World City?" He goes, and basically that was one where you basically entered from the air above. He goes, "You jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge once already, from what I understand. Feel like doing it a second time?"
I could do it again.
Look, if things are going to go wrong, and I anticipate that they will, as everything we've planned so far has gone tits up, I would like it if everyone was prepared as possible. Just saying. And this time he'll look directly at Morgan. Since I've been pitted with the one in this group who is apparently still the one who's fucked in the head in this group as well, I assume I'm probably gonna die. I'd like it if I went down kicking and screaming. So I will be taking Bonnie and Clyde, picks up his two partners, with me. Perhaps a shotgun.
Morrigan will actually take the guitar case and like offer it to him with the beam rifle inside and just say, for your first gig.
He'll like begrudgingly grab the case, but he's not happy about this decision to leave weapons behind.
Well, that's my thing. She's not gonna like. She's just take them all. Like, we can have the shotgun or whatever with us. We can still have weapons with us, just not like fully armed kind of a deal.
Yeah. I still have a couple weapons.
So Morrigan, I'm going to have you spend an influence point.
Can do.
To basically, it basically allows you to contact Sculpt, and as Sonata, you probably do you actually have agents that work for you, like booked gigs and stuff?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I think when she first started to get big, there was a bunch of people that reached out and did the thing, and then she realized it was just a bunch of fucking myths trying to make money off of her shit, and she was like, no. So she's incredibly difficult to book because she manages it all herself, and like it's like her inbox is where like requests go to die. Like she's very selective with what she does. Like, and like it's kind of like breeding that sense, that scarcity, as she's leaned into that for her branding, to kind of help build this mysterious persona. So like, and everything she sends is it's very Morgan. It's very curt. It's very short. It's very, I require a new sleeve. I would like to set an appointment for this date, this time. I will be there. Like she's not like coordinating with them. She's saying, I will be here
that's cool.
then.
Yep. So you can spend that the influence point in the game, that really it's just a mechanic that allows you to leverage your contacts or leverage your network. So without question, Sonata carries a lot of weight. You have a pretty healthy bank account. So you know when they automatically do the is this legit? It becomes pretty, you get that appointment at your convenience. So I assume you book a limo.
I think she's got her Sonata style. She would encourage that Saren and herself kind of go a ways, like not like go to a different location and have the pickup happen there on the way.
So what are your, just so I get it, so what are your criteria when you say I'm showing up, here's my like criteria? Is it like all unnecessary personnel, vacate the building, like things like that, or?
It would, I'm coming in for a consultation on DHF backup services as well as a new sleeve. She would list some of the features that she recalls from the fuck sleeve to like kind of show like that she is serious about what she's familiar with their merchandise and this is what she's interested in. She would say, extreme discretion is encouraged, and so no staff, no security above the first floor. I will be bringing my own advisory, and just a note at the bottom that says, if any of these conditions are not met, I will be taking my business elsewhere.
Okay.
And she is explicitly calling out she is interested in looking into their the backup services, and in a hope to like get access to that as herself.
Okay. Yep, that's pretty clear, and very, very exciting day at Sculpt. So Kai, Fade, Wyatt, and Gertie, you are all going to head out. So what is the plan? So Wyatt suggested coming at the. I'll drag it. I don't know if I'm on that screen, but I'll let you see it. He's suggesting come at the yacht from above, but I actually have a bigger picture of it. Let me just bring it in here for a minute. Okay, there you go. So this is essentially the yacht. So it can float in the water, but it can also hover. And currently it's hovering underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. So what kind of entry? How do you want to enter this thing?
It's your boat. How close you willing to take this thing? Well, I'm asking you. Wyatt, where, how comfortable are you taking this thing in close?
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Taking it in close?
How close do you want this boat getting to the bridge?
Oh, the bridge. Oh, well, he'll say the boat is currently hovering about probably like 300 feet underneath the bridge, but it's above the water, but it's kind of hovering kind of between the water and the bridge itself. So it's kind of space on the side. But when you turn to Wyatt goes, he goes, I ain't the head of this crew. She is.
She's your fucking mastermind.
He goes, what do you want to do, Phil?
I will assume that on the way over to this bridge, I was able to make a quick stop.
Yep.
And get a couple of base jumping parachutes.
Okay, base jumping.
Since you said it was 300 feet, and base jumping is usually performed under 500. So.
Okay. Right.
So I am just going to, I kind of have like a really large bag here, and I'm just going to pull out the base jumping parachutes and just hand them to everyone. And I'm going to switch my centillion onto the front of me.
And being in the future, the base jumping they're probably like small things in the future, right? That you can just kind of, and they extend. Could they be monomolecular material or something? So, yeah, that's a great idea. So everybody gets handed out a pack, and you are moving to the Golden Gate Bridge. You're going to parachute down on top of it as Sonata and Peirce arrive at Sculpt. Any of the last minute things?
Yeah, en route, I think Morrigan would like try to have a conversation with Saren, like kind of that awkward, like we're sitting in the limo and it's quiet.
Yeah.
There's like the soft music playing, like they're on opposite ends, kind of. Yeah, see, Bright
cool.
Gets it. We're on opposite ends.
Yeah.
And she's just kind of dead eye looking out the window and turning and looking at him.
And what's Peirce doing?
Mixed between just kind of slow breathing, just kind of trying to keep himself under control, nervous a little bit, but also he's anxiously waiting because he has sent Brittany to get us the schematics of the building so that we know where to go.
Okay.
He's waiting for her to return.
You all right there, Peirce?
Fine. I'm not used to walking in front door.
I mean, it has its advantages. You're less
Sure.
likely to get shot.
Sure.
You gonna be able to make it?
I'll be
Do we
fine.
need to have a pep talk?
No. I think I'll be okay.
I could call someone. They could probably give you some really encouraging motivation.
No, I don't want to talk to Fade right now. Thanks. That was a joke, by the way.
I'm in stitches.
Sorry, I'm just nervous. I don't. How are you? Are you genuinely calm right now?
What a boring question. What do you think? We're just about to infiltrate an extremely well-funded corporation, destroy their backup system so we can murder a crime boss, so that crime boss can give up another corporation, so I can rip her fucking throat out and save an alien being that's essentially a god. Yeah, I'm feeling real fucking chill.
I had to ask. You know, you see brutal murder on a screen, and then that person sitting in front of you, you know, just can't help but wonder if you really are that calm.
Are you afraid?
Not of you, but I've always been nervous of all of this. It's weird going from the life of a data engineer and getting thrust into an unknown body and suddenly knowing how to do things that you didn't think you'd ever do and living this life. But hey, it's good to know. It's good to know that everyone else is just as nervous as I am.
Yeah. We're gonna be fine. And if we're not, at least then we'll be dead. Well, maybe.
One of us at least. Yeah.
You want to trade?
No offense. I have a question, actually.
Yeah.
Something you said kind of sparked this line of thought. If you had the power to destroy all the DHFs, not life, but immortality, if you had that power, would you do it?
What an icebreaker there, Peirce. I don't know.
It seems to be the answer. Keep giving.
If I had to make the answer with a gun to my head, I'd say life is more meaningful when it's short.
Well, coming from you, that actually means a lot. Gives me something to think about.
We never actually talked about it. What the fuck happened to you? We
What do you
showed
mean?
up. Well, your sister program showed up at my house, which, first of all, fuck you. Said you were in trouble. We showed up. I died. I don't really know what the fuck happened after that.
Yeah, sorry for intruding. You just seemed like most level-headed out of group, and I don't know. This an old friend of my father's, or enemy, or an envoy, found me, and it was all I could do before apparently I had my ass handed to me to send out a warning signal. But the envoy was after Brittany. Something to do with Brittany. So I sent her away. After you died, Kai lost it for a bit. And honestly, I was doing what I could to try to protect, save, and separate him from your murderer, but it was actually Fade who saved all of us. She used that artifact that she has. Pretty disgusting. Like, we just watched you kill 5. Well, someone that looks like you kill 5 people. But what she did to that group of people with that artifact was something else. It's horrifying. But then we left. We brought your body back to my safe house, and I tried to put the pieces back together. It didn't work. And so we drank until we got a call.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. And she'll look at you, and you get the sense that she knows that something's up. Sorry I went all Humpty Dumpty on your ass. We're gonna be fine. It'll all be fine, or it won't.
Limo pulls up.
Besides, it's not like we can die now.
The limo pulls up in front of Skull.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Door opens. It's an AI limo, so it doesn't. There's no driver. So you just stepped out. You walk towards the atrium. There is no one around, so you don't see people on the streets. It's as if the place is deserted. As you step inside the foyer, a smiling face starts walking towards you, and her smile fades a little bit as she sees the both of you, but she forces it back up, and she's like, "What are you doing here?" And she
I have an
immediately
appointment.
her eyes are not on you; they're darting around because she's looking for that pink hair. She's like, what do you mean? You need to get out of here. I mean, I could get fired. We have someone very important arriving. No, there's no more work.
Listen, it's unfortunate that you are as dumb as a box of rocks, but here we are. I'm your fucking important appointment, bitch.
I'm afraid I'll have to confirm that. Could you send me your appointment code?
It's already as she's saying it. It's hanging
like,
up with
like,
Morrigan just glaring behind it.
She's like, oh my god. Okay, I'm a big fan. I mean, you're honored. I'm sorry. Can we start this over again? Please don't mention any of this. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, we have a history, and to be honest,
isn't it great that you were very helpful during that time?
You guys almost got me fired.
Well, I'm about to almost make the rest of your career successful if I have a meaningful engagement with your employer.
Of course, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, let me bring you on a tour of Sculpt, where all of your sleeve dreams can be made into a reality. And she'll kind of lead you in through the building. She again glances over her shoulder, looking just to make sure that Fade isn't lurking somewhere in the shadows. But as this is happening, Fade and the others, you're like hanging from the underside of the Golden Gate Bridge.
I thought we'd drop, but yeah, if we're ready to drop, then I guess are we waiting for a signal, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I guess so. That's a question. Are you going to do this like you're going to get rid of Dorian's stack first, or are you going to send like we're in?
I'm sorry. I'm just imagining the small talk that's going on, like leading up to this, because we're waiting.
Yeah.
And so in my head, Kai's like, for fuck's sake, Fade, there's not literally a horse-sized duck. It's just a theoretical question. Would you rather 50 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you've ever been bitten by a goose, but I think a 50-foot duck, or no, a horse, is it a 50-foot duck or a horse-sized duck? Or 50, is it horses?
I will jump off this boat right now.
Okay, wait.
It is
50 duck-sized horses.
Duck-sized
Final
horses.
answer.
Wonderful. Jesus, I can't believe that conversation took 3.5 hours.
Oh my god.
Wyatt and Gertie exchange glances. Akira, you would meet up with her. She's like, she kind of gives a look as in, I feel like I've missed a lot. We can talk later. And she's hanging there, but you get the signal from Peirce that they've entered Sculpt. So Calypso Cowley brings you into a very VIP area where there are a lot of different sleeves on display. Some of them owned by meths, and this is kind of the interactive center. It's, like Build-A-Bear. Do you guys have that? Yeah, it's like Build-A-Bear, except this is Build-A-Sleeve. You get to pick everything about it: augments, appearance, and Cal, and it's so she's like, literally whatever you can dream of, we will build it. And she's very excited and engaged in this and doing her best to give you a great experience. You of course realize, obviously there are it's an interactive. That means there's digital terminals here. There's a nano. You can actually have a 3D kind of representation of your sleeve walk out being formed by a nanoswarm. So I guess what's your angle? Are you going to kind of keep her busy while Peirce tries to infiltrate the system?
I think so. Do I feel like my request has been met? Like they have
So far only Calypso Callie is the only person
Okay.
you've seen. Everything else is driven by computers.
Morrigan would then try to yeah, great. This is all cool. I'm more interested in the backup services.
Oh, of course. And one of the things, just Peirce, that you'll both notice, but Peirce, in particular, is that whenever she gets to a door, you'll see that her Oni flashes and then the door opens. So you realize the Oni is kind of a pass code or a pass card of sorts. So she'll.
This sleeve looks cute, but can you try it on? I want to see what it looks like.
Me?
Yeah.
You try it.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. Anything that you want. Just give me a minute. So she will head out. She will leave. So there's probably like these. There's just these beds that you can lay on. Because sometimes guests want to try the sleeves themselves. She'll lay on it. You'll see the scintillating lights, and then she'll step off the platform in the sleeve. She goes, "Of course, we would build you a custom one. I mean, this is just a demo model."
Right. I just need you to turn around and just hold
like
your
this?
arms up really quick. Yeah.
Okay.
And while Morrigan is directing her to look elsewhere, she's gonna look at Saren and just nod.
Yeah, Peirce ignites the blade he has stowed away and cuts her head off.
Oh,
Oh shit, we were having different ideas. Can I just say really quickly?
Okay.
Was this not your idea? This is where my mind went.
Yeah, I know. You chose violence, and I should have known that. I was thinking you have a pretty cool AI that could, I don't know, upload into an empty sleeve that has an Oni built in it and then walk around, and then we could pin it on said sleeve when we left because it was clearly just Calypso Callie that was fucking up her employer.
And you both
Can we retcon? Can we do that? Because that was my plan, and I was typing it in the chat, and we just moved too fast.
The rules say you're allowed to spend a stock point to retcon.
I love being an agent of chaos.
Just so you guys know, I thought the plan was I thought you were just gonna steal the Oni.
Funny thing is, I don't have any stack points.
I do. I will spend stack points to retcon that choice, and she will turn and say, "Wasn't your sister looking for some new sleeve?" And she'll look down at the sleeve, giving you can still do the thing, but this is.
I cut her head off. No, I'm kidding.
Woefully misread the situation. I love that.
So as she's turned around, Peirce is just gonna I guess. There's the Oni? Is there a physical manifestation on the eye
It's a contact lens. That's why, my original idea, I thought you were just going to steal the Oni and put it.
Yeah, and I think we should steal the sleeve because then it will literally look like Calypso Callie is going into the place, fucking up the system and leaving. We were just there getting a tour.
You guys are screwing her over again.
Yes,
it's fine. Yeah, Brittany, you want to inhabit that sleeve?
She's like, "Oh, you need yes." She will say, "I'll need you." She says, "There's firewalls. I'll need you to open them before I can enter the building." So
she's not even in the building?
Well, no, she was on. She wasn't walking in with you. She was kind of on the channel back at your base.
Yeah.
Now, you can. There's plenty of beds, Saren. You can just lay down and inhabit it yourself. That's up. I mean, you can just transfer from one to the other.
That's risky. No, I'll try to open up a gate for her.
Digital networking roll, please.
Okay.
Yeah, Callie, that's great, but can I actually just have you put your eyes on your knees.
My what?
You heard me.
Eyes up, like bend over.
I don't think I stuttered.
Oh, okay. I guess. Is this something you plan on doing with the sleeves?
No.
Are you just having me do this because you can?
I haven't decided yet, but listen, I'm gonna need you. How many push-ups can it do? And Morgan's just continuing to like get Calypso Callie to like move in the sleeve, asking her questions.
You want me to go look that up?
No, I want you to show me.
But I don't know. That means I won't know until I actually can't do anymore. Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. Are you looking for an athletic sleeve? She'll get that because this isn't one. She'll get to know it. She'll start to do it. She's like,
Because this isn't one.
So she's kind of preoccupied. You can tell that she's, there's a part of her brain that is because she's had experiences with all of you before. There's a part of her brain that's going, there's something going on here, but she hasn't quite arrived at that yet. So Peirce, you got a 1. You dictate. You open a back door, and Brittany comes in, and suddenly Calypso Callie sits up. Now, unfortunately, Calypso, the real Calypso Callie, is in the room. Or like Morrigan, were you having her do
turned away, distracted.
Okay.
Yep. That the idea is that she's keeping her busy, like looking at something else.
So she'll jump off the off the platform and look at you, Peirce. She goes, "What next?"
Peirce is gonna look at Morgan.
You're gonna leave, yeah. Well, I guess you're gonna leave Morrigan with Calypso Callie. And
I see. Yes, this does make sense.
And you and Brittany are going to slip away into the DHF storage.
I love the intuition that Peirce has in this moment. No, I'll just and slip away.
And you can slip away. You and Brittany together. So she'll give you another advantage. So if you already had advantage, for example, you're going to get to add another die because she's helping you here. So you're going to kind of slip into the facility, and we're going to switch in a second. But I am going to have you make a roll, please. This is digital networking to basically hack into the system.
Well, that is a 5 on a 6.
But don't forget, did you take your advantages?
Yeah.
Oh,
Rolled a 5 and 2 6s.
So you're working away at it. So there's a lot of DHF storage here. I assume that your idea is you're not going to destroy all of the DHF storage. You're just trying to find Van Doren's, right, and his son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you can be looking through that, and before we switch, so as you're kind of getting into the system, looking around, you realize that the network seems familiar to you. As if you've encountered elements of it before. And before we switch, you actually come upon some recent log files. The security system and the networking has been flipped over and interfaced with Psychosec, who purchased Sculpt 3 days ago. You see, CEO is no longer Alexander Prada, it's Trask. And she's on her way to meet with her VIP guest right now. And we'll switch over to Van Doren and the yacht. Okay, so any last words? What do you yell as you jump off the bridge?
They've been quiet for a while. I think we should jump.
Sure, fine. Anything's better than what we're doing. Let's go. Come on.
Fade's been like spending part of the time not arguing about ducks, just like upside down like a bat and like unfolding her imaginary wings. But that only really entertained her for a few seconds. Okay, she's just gonna look at Kai and then just let go. And then put her arms down and just base jump towards the top of the boat. I assume there is a top, like where the like fins come up right above the like bridge of the boat that I can land, that will not be where people are.
Yeah,
Like,
so
up
as
kinda like
you're,
here.
you probably would have like, but not, you probably would have optics. I mean, I'm assuming you would have scoped the place out. There
Yeah.
are 4 guards on deck walking around doing there's kind of patrols, kind of 2 in front. There's one up on the back here, 2 probably down and around, maybe 2 on the roof, and no, sorry, 1 on the roof up here, 1 on this little balcony at the back, and 2 kind of in the front, 1 on the very front, 1 down by the pool.
If there's one here, I would like to extend my blade and land on him, forcing my blade into him.
Okay, so here's the deal. That's it.
I will use stack points to make this happen.
Well, everyone, it's just going to be a stealth roll. I'm giving you
okay.
all advantage because you're from above. This is just to determine whether you get surprise on them. And surprise essentially means they can't do anything to resist. So your successes are your successes.
I already have advantage on stealth.
That means you get another. So advantage is stackable. Remember, so that means you get another one.
Well, so I got a 1.
Oh, all right. So you
out
get
of 5.
So you just
is
get
my
to narrate. So you are the first one to let go. You're the first one to hit. So as you come down, you can just narrate what happens.
Yeah, I mean, even once the chute deploys, I'm still moving at a pretty steady speed.
Yep.
And I am just gonna like position it to come right down on top of him, and my blade is just gonna go right down in between his shoulder and his neck, and just through the center of his body. And as he crumples, I am just gonna stand on top of him, grab his little earpiece, put it on, and change to look like him shedding the chute.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So they wouldn't have earpieces in this case. Everybody has onis, so you can just rip it out of his eye if you want.
Right.
Shove it into your
whatever whatever. I'll just kind of take that and then just change to look like him, and then wait for the others.
What'd you get for stealth? Remember, advantage. I think you're muted, or maybe not.
Who, me? Is it my turn to jump off
Yes,
the building like a crazy
stealthy
person?
stealth.
Oh, brother.
Though, I mean, if you come right in next to me, I've kind of cleaned up the landing spot for
There's
you.
1 person on the back balcony. That's going to be that's a hard kind of landing, because if you miss, it's a narrow spot. And then 2 on the front. So I guess, Kai, do you kind of want to be paired with Fade, or do you want to be paired with?
If she jumped off without any, like, I heard shoot, but I didn't hear shoot when she jumped off. So I if she jumped off without anything and has, like, I don't know, some weird synth built-in shoot, or synths don't take fall damage.
No, I've got a shoot, but I deployed it, but like, you know, we're only 300 feet above it, so I'm still probably moving at a pretty steady speed.
Small 300 feet, it's no big deal. Your human legs can take it. Your human body can recover from almost anything. Fucking psycho. And I will not drop down, like, with her, because I don't trust. Even though she landed gracefully, I am still, like, falling from above, holding on to my bird.
So are you going to land and then do something, or are you going to try and take someone out while you're landing?
Well, I brought all my guns because they brought none of their guns. So I have the guitar case sitting in front of me, holding the sniper rifle and the beam rifle. I've got the shotgun hanging from a lanyard on the side, and then I've got my 2 hammers that are always, ready to go, magnetized in their holsters on my sides. So I will pull up one of the hammers as I'm falling down and take steady aim at the person underneath me if there is. You said a stealth roll, but I don't see stealth.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
under
It's
perception.
perception at the top.
Perception. Oh, there it is.
But your advantage because you're coming from above. Yeah.
Well, then, yeah, I made it either way. But my best one is 2 degrees of success.
Yep. No, you just need 1 degree of success so that we can, so that that just so that you are kind of unseen. You take them unawares. And are you just literally tackling, or are you like firing?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to land where I'm like rave surfing, where like the person sits on your shoulders with their knees like right by their ears. I'm gonna try to land on his shoulders the same way, and then just put the gun down on the crown of his head. And pull
just kind of land on his shoulders, and as he goes down, you're kind of fire into his into his head, kind of using his head to muzzle the sound. Yeah, so that's good. You know what? I won't. You don't need to make a separate roll. The stealth rolls are fine. So, and in this case, since these are goons, the amount. I mean, you're gonna. How many? You got like 2 degrees of successes or something. That's good. Yeah. You'll see Akira, Wyatt, and Gertie all make a landing. Akira, kind of, some like you. She kind of comes down with her legs on either side of the shoulder, and then kind of does this scissor kick spin thing and flips him over, breaking his neck in the process. Wyatt is the only one who doesn't have a target. He lands and kind of secures the thing, but when Gertie comes down and like the sleeve is a big man, with the end of the shotgun, just kind of crushes the guy into the ground, and then it's time to move. Yeah, time to go inside. You and Fade are kind of near the back. You could slip down and go in the back door. There's also the front. I guess. Are you guys? I'm assuming you didn't really discuss the plan, but I'm assuming it's just let's hit the main cabin as quick as we can.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like once we're down on the boat, like we just need to act fast.
All right, back door, if that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
I'll jump to that one first. I'll pull out the beam rifle and open the door like a can opener.
Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we'll say that Akira, Wyatt, and Gertie are going in the front. You and Fade are going in the back. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Solid.
Unless you have a different plan.
Now that we have landed, though, I am gonna switch my carnival bag backpack onto the back.
Okay. Oh, and mind you, you probably have a fair bit of adrenaline going, and you're in kind of probably like fight mode. You can feel the centillion. It's pushing against the backpack. Well, you can't even. It's funny because the steel plates are in place, but you still feel it, right? It's because there's some type of connection. And as you infiltrate, we'll say there's a few other minion goons that you have to bypass, but we won't bother. You can take them out, not much of without much of a problem. And you can enter the main cabin.
All right. Yeah. What do we see in here? I definitely still look like the main guard that I killed.
Oh yeah, that's right. So out of curiosity, then, how are you actually entering? Are you like?
I am walking. I am still not trying to make a whole lot of sound, but I am just walking. Like it's quiet, but I'm not like cartoonily sneaking or anything. I am just walking in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's different than what I was thinking. You're like guns up, running in, cutting people down. But no.
I am walking smoothly and quickly in, trying not to make a whole bunch of noise, but still not like trying to act super suspicious.
I'm assuming you'll be in her wake, kind of following behind rapidly, but letting Fade take the lead to kind of recon and determine what's going on.
Yeah. Mainly for the purposes of the fact that she is up close.
Yep.
And I have a long-barreled rifle in my hands.
All right, so this is now when a fake pink backpack item from last week is coming into play. So Fade, you walk through the area. You do not see Van Doren Jr., but as you walk into like a main cabin, you can see Van Doren Sr., the boss himself, is there. He has a drink in his hand. We'll say you guys have been pretty good so far, and again, you're not storming it. So we'll say they're still unawares as to what's happening. However, Van Doren is not alone. It's funny. My whole fear in all this is that you guys are just going to kill my villains without them getting to say anything or do anything. But no, I'll just put that. Here we go. So just clinking glasses as you enter is Carnage from the fight drone, and Carnage is not alone. Carnage has one of his champions with him, and this is, I think, Purple Phil. You can thank Purple Phil for this. I think this is his backpack item from last week.
Damn it, Purple.
So you can see Van Doren turns towards you. I will give you let's see, what kind of role what have we been using for disguise? Stealth. Yeah, we'll use that again. Give me another stealth roll.
Okay.
Again, advantage. As Van Doren turns toward, this is just a pass, just so he knows absolutely.
Got a 3 with advantage out of 5.
Yep. Okay, that's good. I was just looking for one because you're as a guard, you're beneath him, so he doesn't pay that much attention. But he turns and he goes, "What is it?"
I heard some strange noises. I'm coming to check if you're okay. One of the others isn't responding on their comms, on their Oni.
And what the fuck are you doing here? He'll actually throw his glass at you, like not as in like intentionally to like you're supposed to have a helmet on, right? But he like literally throws it at you. I don't know if you want to. I mean,
I'm not even gonna move. No.
All right. It just kind of cracks and he goes, "And what the fuck are you doing here? Go check it out."
I will nod and continue walking forward as if I'm going for the opposite door.
Through the room and out the other door? Yep.
My goal is to walk by Rhino Man here.
Okay. He is big and he's got an actual rhino horn. It's funny, there's not a lot of pictures of this guy, but he actually was in Altered Carbon in the fight drone. He's one of the champions. He just snorts as you go by. It's like a rhino.
Looking about the room, do I notice as I'm walking across, can I see anything else in this room that would be a potential threat or hindrance or something to keep an eye on?
No, but I'm going to move this to the front. Sorry, I did have a picture of kind of the room, just so you can get an idea.
Kind of what I was imagining, yeah.
Yeah. No, so Van Doren doesn't, again, one of the things about being a very powerful person is that, again, and having backups and sleeves is that, you tend to be overconfident. He doesn't have any other guards in here, just Carnage and Rhino Man. I'm going to say there's a bartender, like someone who's a server.
Okay. I know I only have a few seconds as I walk through this room before Kai is perfectly visible. So I am literally just walking directly, like as if I am headed towards that door. And as I get close to Rhino Man, who I perceive to be the biggest threat here, I am going to attempt to just lop off his head with my blade.
All right. The blade comes out. We're going to roll speed dice. But before we do, we're going to come back. As Morrigan, you're getting Calypso Callie to do yet another thing. Peirce, you've just learned this information. What do you do? So the amount that you made it by, this is a high-tech facility. So you've learned that information, but you haven't acquired Van Doren's stack. You're going to have to roll again.
Yeah.
But do you do anything before that?
Well, I feel a disturbance in the force as fate cuts off someone's head. But we were just, all the players were just given a reroll by Mr. Saito, just to let everyone know.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Saito.
So how you can you can keep it as a reroll. You can also just like use it as an extra die. Just add it into the pool if you want to use it for advantage. But you can use it any way you want.
Kind of over the Oni to Morrigan. What's up? Trask owns this place now.
And the door to the room that you are in opens, and Madison Trask steps through it, and she says, "Is Calypso Callie is Calypso Callie seeing to your every need, Sonata?"
Yes.
She walks up. So you turn. You guys are kind of face to face. The sleeve that you already have is rather well crafted.
I was looking for something a little less nostalgic.
Indeed. The past can be painful.
Morrigan is fuming, but doing her goddamn most best to not like blow the top off this whole thing. Like it's
Calypso Callie. She goes, "Yes, Miss Trask." She goes, "You can take your eye off your knee now," or whatever she had her do, or you can stop doing push-ups. and she gets up and she'll go, "Could you please open a bottle of Dom Perignon? Have it on my desk." And she's like, "Yes, of course, Miss Trask. We will no longer be requiring your services." And she nods. She looks back at you. Again, you can tell she's processing it. She knows something is up, but she'll scurry. She goes to scurry away, and then she's like, "Oh," and she forgets because she's forgetting her sleeve, right? She turns to look, and all she sees is the empty bed. She looks at Trask, and Trask goes, "It's all right. That sleeve will do. The Dom Perignon." And she and she kind of backs away, and Trask goes, "I think I have the perfect sleeve, although it does come with a little bit of nostalgia." And she will move, and a door will open, or the door will open again. Calypso Callie. Sorry, I didn't have any other pictures, so I had to use this
That's
one.
okay. It works.
As she goes, "What do you think?"
I think you're sick.
Anyway, I'm sure the two of you have a lot to get caught up on. I believe I have a bottle of the finest waiting for me. And she will she will turn and start to walk away.
As she turns, Morgan's gonna quick reach into her pocket and pull out her squeezy and just fire right into the back of Trask's head.
Okay, right. All right. So we will switch back in a minute, but you do that, and Trask I mean, she literally walks away. Oh, sorry, do you have your hand up, Peirce?
I just wanted to tell you my role to continue hacking before we switch back over.
Yeah.
So funny enough, I rolled the exact same freaking thing that I did last time. 2 6s and a 5, and then I used my reroll for Mr. Saito, Thank you so much. And I got a 2 on a 60.
Amazing. And I'm gonna get to you before we switch. But Morrigan, you pull the gun out. You shoot Trask in the back of the head. Her sleeve just kind of collapses. The other you just kind of looks, tilts her head, smiles, and very swiftly breaks the necks of the 2 guards on either side of her. And they drop, it just kind of drop to the ground. And then she levels back and she goes, "It really should be just us, shouldn't it?"
God, are we all just fucking psychotic? And she's gonna like lift the gun up and just start firing at this person as she tries to run up at her.
Okay, we will. So, Peirce, we're gonna switch. We're gonna probably roll speed dice all around. But Peirce, you are funny enough, Morrigan. Shooting Trask has actually benefited Peirce significantly because Trask did have a little mouse to deal with, but now she can't. So Peirce, you made the roll. You're in. You're quickly going through the DHFs. Of course, there's some pretty powerful people here, but you can zero in on Van Doren and his son.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do what I need to. Is it just as simple as deleting their backups, or do I need to corrupt their file or something?
No, you do need. You're going to have to make, now that you found it, I am going to require a roll to basically corrupt it. Of course, you have your advantages and stuff, but you've used your reroll. But we will do that. You know what? She may have saved you some from Trask, but I think we are gonna do speed dice here. I am gonna do one more thing. I'm just, I'm gonna be a little bit evil, amp up the stakes if I can find my. Oh, I think the picture is actually over here. There we are. So Brittany is with you again. Don't forget, you get an advantage die from her. You are about to make the roll to corrupt and delete the stacks when you hear the doors opening behind you. So we're gonna have Zoe versus Morrigan. Trask is gone. We'll zero her down. And Brittany goes, company. As 2 of these units start walking in, and I didn't bring my Star Wars cup. Well, I have this. Kind of like move away from the machine, from the console, immediately. And they'll level their guns, and it is speed dice time. All right, so just to recall how this works, you take your perception. You get a die 6 for every point, that first number. You're going to roll them all at once, and then you're going to choose in what order you serve them up. Geez, I made a cardinal GM mistake. I didn't bring any paper, or I'm traveling, so I didn't bring any paper or pen. I gotta record all this digitally. There we go. Okay, so we have 2 cobalt synths. We have Zoe. We have Van Doren, Rhino Man, and Carnage. Okay, speed dice are up. Shoot, of course I did the other side. I didn't bring enough dice. That's okay. I'll just take this as it is and re-roll later. Okay, so round number 1. So everybody just kind of, I know that Morrigan is raising the gun. Brittany raised the alarm. Peirce, you realize that 2 synths have entered and are raising their guns. And Fade is about to strike out at Rhino Man while Kai waits. So Fade, I do feel like Rhino Man is staring at you. I do feel I'm going to have to ask, just before you roll your speed dice, just make one more stealth roll with any advantages that you have, just to see if you get a surprise on Rhino Man. I think you're muted. Yep.
That was a 5 out of a 5, but let me roll with advantage to see if I can get it lower.
Okay.
No, not lower. So
Okay.
just meet the success.
Yeah, so I'm going to roll for Rhino Man. Thankfully, his key attributes are strength. Yep. So here's how it's going to work. Fade. Regardless, I'm going to get you to take away a speed die, but you can take away your highest, your worst one, because you're going to go first regardless, right?
Okay.
So just get rid of one of the bad ones.
Okay.
So I guess we'll do the fight on the yacht, then we'll switch to the thing, and then we'll back and forth in the same round. So Fade, you walk in, Rhino Man snorts and kind of stares at you. Actually, he's looking down at you. I don't know how tall Fade made herself, but yeah, he would have been average like 5'8" or something like that, the guard. So if you're 5'8", Rhino Man's, the tip of its horn's probably like 7 feet tall, so he just kind of looks down at you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just walk straight forward, and as I pass, I am just gonna extend my blade and just go up and across.
Yep. So that is a melee combat roll. Because of your stealth roll, I will give you advantage on it.
Okay. Up there. A 4. Hold on. Melee combat is is a 4 in strength. Okay.
Yeah, and did you roll with advantage?
Oh no, I didn't.
No.
A 2.
All right. So here's what. So your sword, just a reminder. I think it's been a little bit since we did combat, but your sword does a die 8 plus your strength bonus, which is 4, and you're going to multiply that for every degree of success you got, or you can roll for each success. It's up to you whether you multiply or roll them separately. It's your choice.
All right. What am I rolling again? Just my.
Sorry, you're gonna roll. So how many successes did you get? You rolled a 2, and it's against a 4.
Out of a 4, so just 2 levels of.
Yeah. So roll 1 die 8, add 4 to it, and then double it. I know it's a little bit. There's a little bit too many additions here, but.
Okay. Well, that's a 1.
Yeah. So instead of rolling,
5,
instead
so
of
10.
doubling it, you can roll it twice if you want. That's your choice. If you want to do that. It's kind of like an all or nothing thing. You might as well roll it twice.
Okay. A 6.
Yeah. So 7 plus 8, 15, and no, and I didn't double. Yes, I double it. So that's
30.
Yep. So
Then?
you basically you come up, you bring the monomolecular blade. You're in your mind, you're imagining his head kind of then sailing off his body, but your blade, it's like hitting concrete. Your blade hits it, goes in probably 2 or 3 inches, but then just stops as he kind of looks down at you. So now we're actually, since Fade got to go first, yeah, Rhino Man's not to be missed. No, sorry, that's Purple Phil. It's his fault, not mine. I'm innocent here. So I'm going to go. So now it's actual speed dice. I'm going to go with a 2.
I have a 1 on the speed dice.
A 1. And what do you have, Morrigan? Sorry, I can't hear you.
You're muted.
A 1. You got a 1? 2? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
keeping what I have, but I'm gonna roll a 2 this first round.
Okay. All right. So anyone who got
Rising.
better than, so that's Kai, Morrigan, and Peirce. You're going to go before me. So Morrigan might as well finish. Yeah. So you realize he just kind of looks down at you and snorts again.
Okay.
Van
Can I go again?
Yeah. Yeah. just
Okay.
toss-
I am just going to put everything I have into just trying to pull the blade all the way through. Like, just put my whole body into it and try and, like, kind of almost, like, bring it downwards now that it's in a few. I'm just going to try and use the weight of my body to
Yep.
bring the blade down towards me rather than trying to push it.
Yep. Okay. You just kind of like, you reach up with like 2 hands and you're just like, ah!
Well, it's more like it's already in a few inches,
Yep.
so I'm literally just going to try and yank it down towards myself through
Van
the
Doren
neck.
was pouring himself another drink, but he now drops that he now like drops that, and he's like, "What the fuck?" As he's reaching inside his jacket for a gun.
Can I use stack points to make this happen? Because I got a bunch that I haven't used.
You can use stack points, so you can spend a maximum of 10 per session, and each stack point gives you a success. So it just adds a multiplier to the die.
Okay. So I am rolling the damage right now. Is that right?
Nope. You still have to roll the hits. You're gonna roll
Okay.
melee again, because we need to know how many successes you get.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using stack points.
Yeah.
I rolled a 5.
And your difficulty is 4.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So you're gonna have to spend a stack point just to kind of get out of the hole, back up
Yep.
to 5.
Will do so.
And then the question is, how many degrees of success do you want?
I want all the way. So I will
So-
spend 5 stack points to make
Okay.
this happen.
All right. So roll your damage,
Okay.
and you're gonna multiply it by 5.
Plus 3. So 2 plus 3 is 5.
And 5 by 5 is 25.
25. Okay.
So you just throw everything into it. Blue. So it's a synth body. So blue blood of blue just starts to gush, kind of pour out of it. But when I say this guy is a beast, or he is a beast, so you do cut more into it. But it's like it is like going through concrete. Kai, you realize that you see Van Doren drops the glass, and he reaches into a jacket. He's pulling out a pistol, and Carnage is sitting in his chair, and he's taking another sip of his drink. What are you gonna do? Oh, you're muted. Yep.
Right.
At least you belong to the club now.
Yeah.
You're not on the outside of the wall.
How about now?
Yep, you're good.
Cool. I feel like I would have heard like him throw the glass at
Yep.
Fade. And so I'm gonna start charging the rifle for an overcharge shot right off the bat. And I'd like to come around the corner, and I'm gonna yell from the hallway, "Oi!" And as soon as I turn the corner on the door, I'm gonna say, "You could be, you could try being a rifle less rude." And I pull the trigger at Carnage, and I'm gonna aim for, because it's a severed limb chance, I'm gonna aim for like the shoulder holding the
He's
gun.
having a drink, for God's sake.
Carnage. Oh, this is. Oof.
All right. Go ahead. So Carnage actually wasn't, because he was like, if I just keep drinking my drink, I'm probably not going to get attacked. That was in my thought. He's going to be the cool guy. So I'm going to give you advantage on that because he's not expecting it.
All right. Let's roll this beautiful.
Oof.
And what is my score? It's a 1. So 2 degrees of success.
Yeah, and you got the advantage? Yeah.
Oh.
Might as well try to go for more.
3 degrees of success.
Okay. Listen, it's just cinematic. If you wanted to cut Carnage's arm off while he was lifting a drink, the drink does not make it to his lips as his arm gets severed, and his arm and the glass kind of tumble to the ground, and he gives you that look of, do you know who the fuck I am? Type thing. He just kind of looks up. Meanwhile, over at Sculpt, so Peirce, Brittany goes, I've got the DHF. Deal with the sentence.
Yeah. We've got time. And I'm just gonna like reach back and start initiating the sequence.
Oh. I told you to step away from the console.
Just one moment.
And you can make your roll. So you're going to spend your speed dice on making the roll. This is a digital networking roll.
That is a 2.
2. So how many degrees of success?
Let's see. That would be
So your first
5 degrees of success.
Oh, okay. So you delete it. You delete the sequence, Morrigan. You bring the gun up, and like almost like a panther, she is like coming towards you, incredibly agile. So wherever you're bringing the gun up, she seems like she's one step ahead. The question,
Gotcha.
But you can still. I'm just descriptive. You can still roll.
Gotcha. Yeah. I will do that now. She misses. That's an 8 on a 6. So she's like moving.
Yep, she's too fast.
Yeah.
Again, watching her move brings you immediately back to watching that video. She's moving that exact same way, and you realize that she cleaned that room and killed 5 people in seconds. So on the bad guy's turn, geez, Van Doren gets to go. He actually pulls kind of a big kind of magnum out of his pocket. He will turn towards you, Kai, and just fires. He is like he's just like, who the fuck are you? What are you doing on my fucking boat? And he fires the gun. Not a super great hit. That's going to be a 1 degree of success. So here's the deal: you can take it and take the damage, and just remember it comes off your damage threshold first, or you can spend a speed die and try and dodge.
I will spend a speed die.
So that's going to be athletics. You need 1 degree of success to dodge.
Oh yeah. Let's roll it. It's a D6. That's a 3 under 44. 2 degrees of success.
Yeah, so he puts a hole through the door behind you, but otherwise you manage to roll to the side. Rhino Man reaches out. He's going to try and literally grab a hold of you, Fade, and pick you up off the ground. That's going to be 3 degrees of success. So you can you can just choose to take it, or you can try and evade this attack.
I will attempt to evade it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's what you can do. Because you're in melee, you can either use athletics to dodge, or melee. Or sorry, not melee, because your sword is stuck in his neck.
Yeah.
You could use brawl instead to kind of, struggle with it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna roll and
Just remember,
see
you
what we get.
don't have to get 3. If you only got 1, for example, that lowers his degrees of success to 2. So it still can be beneficial. You don't have to wipe it out entirely.
Nope, not gonna happen.
Okay. You're gonna so just like any good wrestler, Rhino Man has a patented move. His patented move is to grab someone, lift them into the air, impale them as horns, and then basically with a hand on their leg and the head,
Do
pull
the
them apart.
steel plates on my back
That
stop
is
that from happening?
Well, because I was going, damn it, you're wearing. It's funny because in my mind I was going, you're wearing a backpack with the plate. Now, Rhino Man is abnormally augmented, so you're not going to take any damage as he brings you up, brings you down. His rhino horn hits the backpack, but now you both are being showered in salt water. He does.
No!
But it doesn't go through the backpack into you. It just goes into the backpack.
Skewered Tilly.
All right.
That's what I put the plates there for. I hate this guy.
If it was anything else, but it's Rhino Man.
I hate this guy.
Just
okay.
remember, purple did this to you, Luca.
All right. Back at the thing. So unfortunately, you know what? These synths, would you say, give me a second? They open fire. Unfortunately, Peirce. They do, but you know what? The sleeve that Brittany is in is of no consequence to her. So she said you take care of the synths, but instead she does. But what she does, she steps between you and them and takes the fire. And, Calypso, and this really doesn't hurt her. This hurts Calypso Callie again, and her sleeve gets cut down during this combat round. But she saves you from being hit. Morrigan. Unfortunately, here the other Morrigan comes in on you. So she weaves down. You're like, so we'll just for dramatic effect, like you probably fired like half a dozen.
Yeah,
shots.
it's
Boom,
like
boom,
she's
boom,
like
boom,
yeah,
boom.
trying to like follow her with the squeezy, right?
Yeah, and she is going to come up. Here's what I'm going. So she's going to try to do a called shot because she wants the hand that's holding the gun. I mean, do you just
Okay.
have one gun out?
Yeah.
Yep. So she is going to get. Wow, this is pretty. Could be pretty significant here. So she has 6 degrees of success.
On doing this thing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Meaning I can burn a speed die and try to dodge. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and you can spend stack points to minimize her successes as well. So you're going to have to make an athletics roll. Now, just a reminder, what I told you during the break. You're
Yep,
you're now at You're now at.
if I go full beast mode or whatever.
If you go full beast mode, sorry. Yeah, you have your default. If you go full beast mode, something else. Yeah, sorry. If you go full beast mode, it'll all go to die 6. Something else will happen, but you'll have.
Right,
to
I'm not doing that, but I'm afraid
right
of it.
now, you have to get these.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and dodge.
Okay.
So I rolled a 3 under 7.
So you got
my
4,
athletics.
but she got 6. So you reduce it by 4. That gets her down to 2. So that's not too bad.
Yeah, I'll just go with that because I don't want to spend my stack points yet.
Yeah. So she will do she'll do 14 damage on your damage threshold.
Okay.
But cinematically, what she does is she grabs the gun. So I'm not going to give you any penalties for this, but you just might want to role play it. She grabs the gun, like she grabs your hand to the gun, twists it, and breaks your fingers. So it's like you hear the snapping
Gotcha.
bone as they do it, and then kind of like in Blade Runner, she just lets go, and like the gun is just dangling from your fingers.
Gotcha. Yeah, like Morgan screams as she does that. That fucking sucks.
Next speed dice, pick your poison. I'm going for another 2. I got lucky tonight. I got a couple.
Yeah, I'm playing one of my ones.
Okay, die. 2, fade.
3.
A 3. All right. I guess we'll stick with Sculpt. Peirce.
So does Calypso Callie's body just kind of slump over?
She gets hit with, like, they open fire with automatic weapons. She spins in a circle as she gets hit with automatic weapons fire, and she falls to the ground. And you sent Brittany's now back into your just on your own end.
Mhm.
She goes, "You got it. You better move. You're next."
Yeah, he's gonna turn around and kind of.
2 of them spaced just wide enough apart.
Oh, imagine that! Look at that. Just kind of like dash up in between them and igniting the double sword. Oh God, I love it so much. Just Can I attack both of them right now, or?
You can. Same deal I gave Kai. You increase. You basically you're going to decrease the difficulty by 2.
I see. Okay. So that would put me. I need to roll under. Okay, I will do that.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll just let you burn 2 speed dice. It makes sense.
I'll do that. Absolutely. Get rid of my 6. Yeah. Slice and slice. Let's go ahead and see what these guys are made of.
So, synth number 1.
Okay, that is a. Hold on. I think I have something here. No. Martial arts. There we go. Okay, that is 4 degrees of success, 3 under 60.
Okay, yeah, roll your damage. The first synth doesn't do anything to dodge. It just wasn't really expecting this to happen, but so you can give me your damage.
That is 9 plus 6 times 4, which is 60.
You know what? This system has a lot going for it, but I myself as a player and as a GM would have to do a lot of math. I'm always like, there's a part of me that's always going, oh my god, I'm panicking. How do I add this?
Too many numbers.
So the head comes off of it.
Oh, good.
Next one.
Yeah, just straight up through the sternum. Let's see if this guy.
Well, I kind of pictured you going through like this and kind of taking both heads up. Yeah, whatever you want through the sternum. But
like slash and then up behind me, a 1.
Oh, you get to so you'll get the So how many degrees of success is that? You might as well roll your damage. Okay.
I'm gonna roll. You know what? Thank you.
Wait a minute!
So
I
much.
forgot to buy myself advantages. What am I doing?
Thank you so much. That is disgusting. What I just rolled. Whatever 17 times 7 is.
I actually, you know what? I'll have my calc. Let's get a calculator.
That's 119.
139.
119.
Okay. So this one, you just cut it. You just cut it in half. I mean, it just kind of falls apart. In fact, you cut some kind of main joint which holds the entire synth together. So it literally just falls into pieces. The head's rolling, the gun clatters, and you needed to do 100. So these synths, they had 100 points each. So the second one goes down. The first one, you cut off its head, but synths don't need heads.
Oh shit! Okay.
It's just cosmetic as it spins to fire on you. But Morrigan, I believe you had a 3.
Yeah, or no, a 1.
You had a 1. So you get to go.
Yeah. So she, as her altar kind of breaks all of her fingers with the gun still in it, Morgan's gonna scream, and kind of like go to clutch at her hand, but she's gonna just kind of crush her broken fingers back around the gun, and try to use it as weird knuckles to her fingers are crushed in this gun. She's gonna try and punch with her already broken hand.
So she kind of looks at you and she's like, pathetic. I was expecting more, frankly.
As Morgan's doing bringing her broken fingers up, she's just gonna come up and wail just right at her jaw.
Okay. You're not. Yeah. Just this is Morrigan swinging, right?
Yes.
Okay. Brawl.
That's a 1 under a 7.
That's a 9. So a 1 cannot be completely negated. It's going to do something. It doesn't necessarily mean you take her out. But so that's how many degrees of success is that?
1 under 7 is that?
Oh, geez. So you won. So it's 7 degrees of success. So you're going to do 7 times 7. Oh, Jesus, that's insane.
Woohoo! Do I roll a what is?
No, you don't. So when you're punching. Oh, you know what? No, you added the knuckles.
I've got the gun wrapped around my broken, bloody, gross fingers.
I'll give you a die 4 for that.
A die 4 set.
Normally, when you punch, it's just your strength damage, but this will be die 4 plus your strength.
So that's a 3.
So 10. So that's 70. Oh, Jesus, 10, 70. You know what? So she is going to try and parry. Now,
Okay.
because you rolled a 1, she cannot take away. You get a guarantee.
That's fine.
success that
That's
chance
fair.
point.
Like I feel like narratively speaking, I'm using it like I get a good hit, but it's my injured hand. Like it's
Yeah,
it's,
no, for sure.
it's ugly.
Yeah, so you still do, that's 10. You'll still do 40 points of damage to her. So all of a sudden, she kind of comes up in kind of a swift move, but she completely was under. So here's the cool kind of narrative of this. She looks at Morrigan as weak. It's what's underneath that's strong. So when she said pathetic, she was completely dismissing Morrigan, Morrigan the person. And now Morrigan, I'm so glad he didn't go beast mode. Now Morrigan, so she just kind of comes up with a defense, but you got a 1, you get to narrate. How do you want to do this 40 points?
So she's got this squeezy gun that is just like it clutched down on her fingers, and as she says pathetic, Morrigan just like rages hard and comes up with it and slams like her fists into like Zoe's face, and Morrigan can feel her like her broken bones give out a little bit more, but it's almost like that pushes it forward as the gun just like the metal and the force just scrapes across her jaw, just like ripping skin off, and like this huge gash is like her face just gets ripped open. And like Morgan will pull like all the way through and take a step back and look at her, and she goes, "Ugly bitch."
So just out of curiosity, because psychologically, when her face rips open, you're ripping open your face. Like it's almost like a mirror, right? So interestingly, it kind of dawned upon me, this is kind of Morrigan against her past. So very cool. All right. Peirce, the synth swivels and just it basically just pulls in the trigger and swivels around. It's kind of doing this automatic fire strafe. But I will give it because it is injured and you did take off its head. I'll bump it up a die, so it's a die worse than normal. That's not very good, but I do give 1 degree of success. Now, even though you've acted, you can still take an action.
Can I parry?
Yes, as long as you have speed dice left. So take a speed die away, and you need 1 degree of success to parry it.
Oh man, I don't know. It's not even gonna be fair. Hold on. So parrying, I get a +2 to my target roll. So that is a 3 on 8.
Oh, so it brings the gun around. You catch the gun and kind of lift it up, so it's just shooting into the ceiling.
But I also do additional damage back on.
Oh, that's right. Oh, the difference. Yeah. So it was 1 degree of success.
So
that's right.
So that's 4 degrees of success.
Okay. I'm assuming you already did a lot of damage to it, so it only has like 32 left or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I did double that, 64.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you like gun goes up, and then you bring the other end of the sword out and cut it in half. What's funny is probably the most lethal, one of the most lethal combatants here is fighting a couple of synths, but maybe there's more to come. All right, back on the yacht. So you both took a 1, right? You both had a 1, or did you have a higher one?
I have another 3.
Oh, you got a 3. Sorry, it was you get the 3.
Yeah, I have 2 3s. I had a 1, and then I have 2 3s. And then
so Kai, you're up. You've just Van Doren just fired at you. You know what? He's probably like spitting and spewing. He's like, you're making a big fucking mistake. You're not dealing with a 2-bit operation. I run a fucking syndicate. As he's yelling at you, continuing to fight, like the gun is just firing. Meanwhile, Carnage is looking in disbelief at his arm, but there may be a little bit of respect there. All right, what are you gonna do?
Tell it to someone who gives a shit, and I'm gonna. Is Reineman still alive?
Van
despite
Doren has not been touched. He's just firing at you.
no. Rhino Man.
Oh yeah, Rhino Man is.
Got
Yeah,
Rhino Man.
He's got Fade. He's got her kind of in this hold over his head. His horn has gotten stuck trying to get through her backpack.
Okay.
But she's kind of lifted in the air.
We're gonna use the other half of this clip to overcharge again and empty the barrel into Rhino Man's.
It's a Rhino Man. Okay. All right.
Boom. That's a 1.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is gonna be funny. Oh, let's see
So
some
so
numbers.
Rhino Man is not going to roll brawl or athletics. He's actually going to roll toughness as his defense to see whether or not he can reduce. So how many successes do you have?
That's
Again, he cannot eliminate them all because it's a 1. But
4.
you got 4 successes.
4
Yeah. So I'll make a roll here. So you're going to be left with you are going to be left with 3. So go ahead, give me your damage.
Okay.
Managed to pull 1 away. I feel like I significantly deprived myself of advantages because I didn't find any.
2
No.
times 2.
I still could maybe. No.
Now, I can spend stack points to increase
Oh,
the
you
number.
can, that's right. I didn't give my villain stack points. I should have.
And we're only allowed to spend. We said that it was like what, 10 per session.
10 per session. Yeah.
I'm gonna spend 3 stack points to give myself 3 more degrees of success.
Okay. How much damage?
So for a total of 5. My roll total on the dice. Hold on, I gotta add perception to that, don't I?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So it's 22 plus 5, 27.
Oh my god.
Let me see. I thought there was one more thing on this rifle. Nope, just plus perception. Okay, so yeah, 27 times 5.
All right, so
125,
you can describe
135.
you can describe anything that you want. So he does have, he's got a thick hide, but still, you can describe for me how exactly you cut him up.
I will.
But just before you do, this description is very important as to the outcome.
I'm going to do this one a little differently.
Okay.
Since I'm overcharging, this thing is kind of just like a heat ray.
Yeah.
So I'll aim it like right at like center mass of his
Okay. Yeah.
chest neck. I'll shoot the rifle. It'll focus on him for a second until he swells and explodes with like cooked rhino meat everywhere.
So, boom! Van Doren is splattered. Fade, yourself. Like the whole room is now covered. So again, he's a synth, so it's covered in this bluish blood that just goes everywhere as he explodes. And Fade, you fall to the ground. Van Doren is like he can barely see. He's covered in all this stuff. What?
Purple donated enough for a pink backpack item, but with the request that we save the fish.
Okay, all right, because I was gonna kill the fish. I've been trying to kill that damn fish. No.
How do you?
I'm joking. All right, so Purple, you saved the fish. When you said he was buying something, I thought, because I've been complaining about advantages, I thought for sure someone would buy me lunch. I guess not. Woe be
We
the
just want the fish to live.
So, you
Hashtag
fall to the ground.
resurrect
The salt water leaking out, but thankfully the hole is not very big, and you can even plug it with your hand until you can find something. In fact, you know what? You probably carry all kinds of gizmos. You might have even thought ahead and brought like some kind of spray sealant because you were so.
Oh, Purple just gave you advantage as long as the fish lives.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm gonna save that. So Van Doren is like, what? And Carnage has been splattered. Fade, you're actually so Van Doren can act, but he's so enraged he's actually going to spend his action just kind of ranting. In fact, he's going to be like, I'm gonna hunt you down. The price on your head is going to be so high. Everyone on the fucking planet will be looking to rip open your stack. So he just kind of rants, raves, and raves. You're up, Fade.
I am up. Okay, so, God.
All
right, so
ask the question: when you stand, do you turn? Or is it you, or is it?
I am still as the guard.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. However, I am going to feel like just check how much water is leaking, and just make that's not a lot, and then I am going to pull out the elder blade, and just move towards him to strike.
Sorry. You're pulling out a blade or the elder artifact?
The elder artifact blade.
Yeah, so it's relatively small. It's more like the size of a dagger.
Okay.
Yeah. It's almost like a wand to some extent.
Okay.
So he Van Doren kind of clears the way. He looks at you as you step towards him. You are going to have to make a discipline roll.
Okay.
You want to invoke the elder artifact, is that correct? Or you're just holding it?
Yeah, I'll try and invoke it.
Okay. So discipline. Or was I having you do expression before? I don't remember.
I will do expression.
Yeah, you know what? I'll let you do it, because basically what you need to do is you need to draw on your connection with the Centillion to power the device.
Okay.
It's a mental association. So that's fair. I'll let you do expression.
Yes, I got a 5, but in empathy I have a 5. Okay, for some reason I was thinking that was worse.
Yep.
I barely succeed.
You barely succeed. So you draw upon, and again, you're drawing the energy from the Centillion. So you're draining it away. Too bad I'm not allowed to kill it, but anyway, I'm allowed to weaken it. So you can feel it, that mental connection, and the voice in your head again says, "What do you want?"
I want Van Doren dead.
And how does that manifest, Fade?
I think he's over there just ranting and raving like a terribly rich asshole that's done nothing but cause harm, and I am just gonna walk over.
So as you do, he suddenly looks at you and he's like, "Wyatt synth bitch." That's what he says.
Yeah, at that point I'll change back to myself. And I'll say, "You called," and I am going to ram this blade in his neck behind his throat, and then yank it forward to myself, just ripping out his throat and vocal cords and everything.
So as you do that, and again, Van Doren's not really a combat person, so don't worry about damage in this case. As you rip forward, so his stack comes flying out into your hand as his body just kind of slumps back over the deck, over the bar. The bartender's, as his body slumps backwards, the bartender's standing there looking at you. He's kind of covered in the goo too, and he's just like, you can see he's terrified.
Yeah, I'll just stand up and wipe some blood off and just be like, "Hi, sorry, could I get a drink?"
He pours it. But so here's one of the things that happens. As the stack is in your hand, you'll actually see the DHF from it. As you're waiting for your drink, it rises out of the stack because you used the Elder Artifact, but you used it as a knife. It doesn't need any power to be used as a knife. You wanted him dead, but he's not dead. You made your wish. and it's about to is about to happen. As you can see, his stack literally floats in the air above you, and it gets stripped away, memory by memory, piece by piece, and absorbed by the Elder Artifact. It's horrible because it's kind of like a mental disintegration into non-existence.
Okay. I absolutely, and I don't know if Kai will be able to tell, but I am gonna pee a little.
Okay.
And then I am
specialty. Kai always knows when there's a little pee.
and then I'm just gonna reach out and take the stack, and I'm just gonna put it in the bag with the centillion.
Okay. So can I ask you a question? Because it's being stripped away by the centillion and the artifact, and you're holding it. This is a choice. It's whether you choose to do it or not. You can witness in your mind. You can witness each memory being stripped away.
Absolutely,
The
I'll
birth
witness
of
it.
his marriage, the birth of his son, raising it, and all the ruthless and terrible things he did, but also the good things that he did. Because not everyone is truly wholly evil. But yeah, so you see, and so you actually watch it. It happens in an instant, but you experience it all. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Quick question on that. Does she witness where the sun is from those memories?
Oh yeah, I guess one of them would be the sun is here. As the drink gets put down, the door to the room will open. Sorry, I'd be dragged. I had to sculpt. You should have been on Van Doren's vault. Kai, you witness this as well. Carnage is just you can see Carnage is sitting there. It's kind of
Yeah.
He's looking at you. He's expecting you to finish it. He's like, you might as well finish it.
Why? It's a waste of my time at this point, isn't it?
It goes. So let me get this straight. Your sole purpose was to rob me of my drink and not my life?
We're also looking for someone.
He goes,
But yeah, pretty much. We came here to fuck up your day.
well, consider it fucked up.
We're looking for Trask.
He goes, you're talking to the wrong. He'll say, I think you killed the person with the answers. And he looks over towards Van Doren's desk. He goes, I'm a dinner guest.
You don't run in the same circles? I can't get a little information from you?
He goes, Trask. He goes, well, what are you offering?
I can leave you with the other arm.
He goes,
And I'm going to start reloading the laser rifle. I'm going to eject
he goes,
the burning core and put a
he
new
goes-
one in.
how generous. He goes, I don't know where Trask is. And that's the truth. I don't run in her circles. Neither did Van Doren until recently. Maybe, and so I will give you this. He goes, maybe she's overseeing her latest acquisition. Sculpt. Perhaps you're familiar with it.
Oh, I'm not familiar with a lot of things, though, to be honest.
Well, you are.
Man.
That's where. Oh, you're just pretending that you're not. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't know. He is like, this is getting rather boorish. Could you please just pull the trigger and get it over with?
Yeah, quick question. Do you have backups?
He goes, definitely.
How far back?
He goes, thankfully I won't remember any of this.
Oh, that's good. And then I'll press the end of the barrel against his stack and pull the trigger.
He goes, and you can take out Carnage, and as you do, the door opens, and Derek Van Doren steps into view. But we will switch back to Morrigan. So she's stuck. I mean, her face, she staggers back. She looks up. She goes, I guess I was wrong about you. You've got some fight in you after all. We're better than all of them, you know. The humans, I mean. Superior in every way.
Shut up.
Why fight what you are?
Because you don't get to tell me what the fuck I am.
You could be greater than any myth. We could rule everything. Doesn't that tempt you?
And what would we do with it?
Reshape the universe in our own image. That's what I would do.
Morgan's gonna look at the dead bodies that are just kind of around them, and look at
Ensure that every living soul hears nothing but your music. Replace the false prophet on Neo Atlantis. Replace her with us. Don't you? And she'll step closer, and her tactic is different. She realized she just took an ass kicking. So she switched to completely mental. But she'll come up, she'll reach out and take your hand. Are you still gripping the gun?
Yeah, like her hands, like the gun is like she's gonna have to take some time to like get it out, kind of a deal.
She will actually, unless you interrupt me or do something, she actually does it. She takes the gun out of your hand and proceeds to reset each of your fingers.
Morgan is gonna grit through it, I guess, a little bit. Like there's this she's talking and it's weird and she's confused. So I guess, yeah, like grin and bear it.
So she resets
my fingers.
And she goes, all you have to do is, and Saren, what are you doing right now? After you've killed the synths and you've got the DHS deleted, are you heading back to Morrigan?
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah, so as the door opens, and she'll say, the only thing you have to do to take a step towards ruling everything is kill him. And she takes a step back as Saren steps into the room. Prove to me you're not weak, that you're not pathetic. Prove to me that you are better than all of them, that you're like me.
Morgan's like with her, like the scene that Saren is walking into is essentially Morgan talking to herself with dead bodies around, one of them being Trask, whose just head is exploded on the ground as this Morgan is talking to Morgan like in a hushed tone. Morgan's gonna like kind of looking at like her just black and blue hand that's swollen to unrecognizable sizes and looks over at Saren.
He's an insect. Frail. Break him.
She's gonna turn and look at Saren and
this is who you are. This is who you are.
You hearing this shit?
Yeah, what do you want to do about it?
She's gonna look back at this construct.
Yep.
And say, I'd feel sorry for you, but I just don't have the fucking time. Blow her brains out.
Saren's already right there, and he cuts her head off. Yeah. Actually, ooh, wait a minute. That's a weird moment. I just cut Morgan's head off.
In front of Morgan.
Yeah, that's weird.
And you know what? I am going to allow it to happen. As you swipe through it, because she had switched tactics. She had wanted to kind of seduce you with power, and as your blade cuts through, the only caveat is that the stack goes with, like, essentially, as you cut through, there's the explosion of energy as you cut through the stack as well. And finally, we return to the yacht as Derek Van Doren steps into the room, and he goes,
as I'm watching and experiencing all these memories flash by, I would think that, like, I am just rotating through my parents of, like, whatever I'm seeing.
Yeah, interesting. That's really cool. And you come to the end of it and you turn. So here's a weird thing. For a moment, when you look at Derek Van Doren, you love him like a father loves a son. But then it's gone. I mean, it is just fleeting, but you do feel that for a moment. You know, pride. And he looks at you and he's like, wow, Fade, Wyatt's little marionette. Lose the boyfriend. This is between us.
I'm gonna struggle for a moment with those feelings, and then eventually, like, I would assume at the end there, I looked very much like Van Doren Sr.
Yeah, so
and,
you
like,
do.
shed
And
that.
he's like, and drop my father's face. So you know everything about it. You raised him. I mean, to some extent. I mean, there's a, you know, when he fell and broke, you know, all of the embarrassing moment when he fell and broke his, you know, scratched his knee. Like, you can, I'm not, you can literally come up with any story you want about his childhood. You can have that power. You can just do whatever you want. You know, his first date, his first girlfriend, his first kill, maybe. I mean, as one of Van Doren would have tried to forge him into a weapon. But he looks at you.
I think the thought of that is going to cross my mind, but I'm just gonna shake it off and I'm just gonna look up at him. Where is he?
He's below deck. He'll actually say, you know, down the stairs. He says your boyfriend will find him down those stairs, three doors, the door at the end of the hall.
Hi.
This is between us. This is personal.
Hi, can you go find him?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Not breaking eye contact with
Yeah. He goes,
BDJ.
yeah, boyfriend, go find him.
You're pushing buttons today when I've got no buttons left to push, friend. But I've got a trigger. You want to keep pressing your luck?
He'll stay silent. Look back at Fade. Do you leave?
I'll leave the room, but like again, I'm like the look lingers before I turn out.
Okay. And he takes his sword off his back and he just starts kind of, you know, you just kind of start pacing and he's like, I know the story, you know, how Wyatt saved you from the soul market. He raised you as his little psychotic princess. Well, I'm gonna set things right. I'm gonna rip out your stack, Fade. And I'm gonna take all those demented little pieces of your DHF and reduce them to injectable experiences, and I'm gonna sell them for nothing on every street corner of Bay City. All but one. This moment, this right here, the moment where I rip your stack out, I'm saving that for me. It's gonna be such a high.
All of my memories now include your father's. That'd be an interesting sell on the
Bullshit.
market.
Bullshit. My father's being cycled up even as we speak.
I don't think he is.
I'm gonna give you his head. I'm gonna give his. No, sorry. I'll serve your head up to him. You don't know what you're talking about.
Do you remember that one time when your pet hamster was trying to run out of your room and you tried to stop him?
How are you doing this? You're some
By
kind of fucking
closing the door? But you caught the hamster in the door, didn't you?
You're crazy. You're psychotic. You can't know these things. What did you do to him?
Why did you laugh?
Because the hamster was weak. And it proved that I wasn't.
Think your father's gone. I'm the only thing left of him. But you can kill me if you want. You can sell me and him on the market. Go ahead.
He brings the sword up. And so here's what I'm just let me see if there's an appropriate skill. So intimidation is a skill under willpower. Because of that story, I'm giving you advantage. So you can make that roll. Don't forget, you could spend stack points. I think that's a good one. Intimidation.
Intimidation.
Under willpower. I know
Okay.
it's probably not one of your highest skills.
No, I've got a 3 in willpower, but intimidation is only a D8.
Yeah, but because of the story, that's such a great story. I'm going to give you advantage, and I'm giving you my reroll too. So there you go. So that's 2.
Okay, well, I got a 4. Ah! Oh no.
Who says I'm not on the side of players, right?
And that's a 3. And
Okay.
then your reroll, I got a 2.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to give you in this moment. He's gripping the sword. You can see he's conflicted. There's rage. There's the rage of the adult now being assaulted by the pain and anger and confusion of the memories of the child. The realization that you have somehow, beyond believability, stolen his father's soul, essentially. I'm going to give you, you do feel the elder artifact throbbing in your hand. I'm going to give you what I'm going to give you for this is 1 round to do whatever you want. After that round, the adult Van Doren's anger, the killer Van Doren's discipline is going to take over, and he is going to attack. But for this 1 round, he's psychologically paralyzed.
I am going to just walk up to him, holding the elder artifact, and I am going to say, "Sleep now."
What do you want?
I want his sleeve to fall asleep.
So manifest. So he just to fall unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the psychological trauma. So the elder artifact will flare up in your hand, and then it dies out, right? Because it goes dead again. But it flares up in the hand, and you can see he's like the memories of his childhood that you brought up suddenly become overpowering. So much so that it literally just shuts down. Like psychologically, his brain can't handle it, and his brain just shuts down. Doesn't kill him, but he just collapses to the floor.
I am going to just roll him over and very carefully cut out his stack.
Okay.
Making sure not to touch it against the elder artifact or get it anywhere near the centillion, because a little bit I'm struggling since I have the feelings of his father, even though both of them are terrible people.
Yeah.
I feel like I can't bring myself to kill what I just experienced as my son.
Very cool. You take the stack out. Do you take his sword? It's a claymore. It's a giant sword.
I'll leave the sword there.
And Kai, as you reach the bottom, you can see you run into, as you get to the end of the hall, you reach for the door. It opens, and Akira's there. She's like, "What took you so long?"
Speed bump.
She goes, "We got him." And you can see Wyatt and Gertie are with her. They've got Enzio, and you can make your way out of there. When you get back, you Fade. Do you just you have the stack? You put it in your pocket, and just so you understand, you can feel Van Doren Senior's memories. Like every minute that passes, they become weaker and weaker. But you have the stack, and you can meet. Do you meet with the others? Is that your next? Okay. And when you come back, Kai, all of a sudden, Fade, it's just standing there, just normal. Van Doren, do you actually, when Van Doren's on the ground, does he look peaceful? Do you like have him?
Absolutely. I rolled him back over, put his arms like nice
there.
and crossed,
doesn't
and
look
laid his
like-
sword right next to him.
Or maybe, yeah, it could be holding his sword, like, you know. it
Just
doesn't
like
even
a
look-
Viking funeral.
Yeah, doesn't even look like there was a fight. And you can get that. And
Kai would like to walk over to where Fade is standing over her son.
Yep.
Everything here all right?
Yes, we should go.
Sure. What does the sword look like?
it's like a William Wallace claymore.
So it's just like it's like an old
No,
claymore.
it does have some electrical components. It can be energized, so you can. Yeah. So here's what it does. I'll just give it to you. So essentially, what it does is when it hits, he can activate a mechanic. So it is also a concussive blast. So you're not only getting hit with the sword when it's in you, it causes a concussive blast, which basically blows the wound apart.
Okay.
So it can be pretty lethal.
Kai's gonna kneel down next to him and like just kind of glance at like what's gone on here and kind of piece together what he missed.
Yeah, you're not sure. You think she may have done some weird thing with that, maybe with the Elder Artifact. You're not sure. He looks quite peaceful.
Right. Yeah. Let's get out of here. But first, Junior, don't say anything if you don't want me to take this sword. Right. Thanks. Good on you, chap. And he'll pick up the claymore and put it into the case with the other items.
So as Wyatt and Gertie, they're carrying Enzio. As soon as he sees you, Fade, he goes, "Hey, Fade, can you help me get some new legs?"
I know all the best upgrades. We can get you a new sleeve.
Thanks, cuz. He'll say. And you guys can get the hell out of there. Flashing back to Psychosec. The door opens and Calypso Callie comes back into the room carrying a bottle of glass and a bottle of champagne. And she's like, Miss Trask, I poured the champagne, but what? Oh. No, I'm going to get fired.
Morrigan will, like, staring down at herself dead in front of her, is gonna dead-eye look up at Callie and just say, "Get the fuck out."
She places the champagne down and gets the hell out of there. And she runs.
Morrigan's then gonna like turn back dead-eyed to her dead body on the floor and then she's gonna turn and just walk, holding her hand over to Trask's sleeve. And she already knows that Trask is probably uploaded somewhere else, but she's gonna get down and just start like trying to break out, like just with her hands, not with a knife or anything. She's gonna grab and try to break out this stack out of the neck, just like that dead-eyed, like robotic, just helpless kind of thing. And as she can't like quite get it because she's trying to do it with one hand, she's gonna like stop. She's gonna look at Saren. And she's gonna look at the body, and she's just going to scream, like just raw lungs ripping, shredding her neck, like absolute guttural scream as she just sits there on the floor, like confused and just fucking traumatized. She's just gonna scream, and then it'll just cut off, and she'll sit there breathing hard.
So let me pause you. Does that feel fade to black for tonight? The scream? Does that make sense? All right. I think that's a cool ending. All right. So save your thought. But if there was something really that can't wait till next week, okay. Awesome.
Beautiful.
Okay, so we'll fade to black. Holy smokes. All right.
And scene.
That's right. Scene. All right. Well, thank you so much, chat, for sticking around, and thanks for the awesome performance tonight. I know there might have been some heavy stuff and some intense stuff, but all great. So I guess I think there's some more exciting stuff that's going on that everyone's involved in. So let's hear about it. Might as well start with. Do you want to?
Let's do the same way. Bright, go.
Oh my God. Hi, I'm Bright. You can find me on all forms of social media under Bright Dystopia. You can find me on my channel every Tuesday and Thursday, doing my own thing. Tomorrow, we're going to be pirates. So come by and see what that's all about. On the 25th, I'm going to be on the Initiative Order. We're doing a charity stream for Jasper's Game Day. And I will be DMing a game of D&D for some lovely folks again. So if you missed my last DMC, come check this one out, because it's going to be a lot sadder. If you're bored, come and hang out with us on Saturdays too. And then, of course, every other Monday here on TPK. And that is it for me. Luca.
Hi, I am Luke Locke, and you can find me on the internet making TTRPG stream overlays and other graphic design stuff. And also playing and jamming here on TPK Roleplay. Tomorrow I am running Harper Investigations, my Forgotten Realms 5e campaign, and then I am on a big, long, much deserved break until the 31st, when I come back for Dark Echoes, my Curse of Strahd campaign. And that's it for me. Over to Sarah.
Hi, I'm Osiris Franco. I played Morrigan. If you like my face and the words I say sometimes, you can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Osiris Franco. I do a bunch of TTRPG stuff on the internet, so you can catch me in the Harpers tomorrow night. And you can find me over at Nat 20 on Sundays for Morningstar and Company. I'm also in Against the Tides and Dark Against the Tides over there at Nat 20. Here on TPK Roleplay, you can find me in shows like this, Atrium of Aquarius. You can find me in Dark Echoes and various other things. I GM the Bards of Rain once a month. So come check us out. We've got a lot of cool stuff kicking out on over to Ty.
Hello, I am Tyrant. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Dr. Tyrant. I played Saren Peirce, who is now Darth Maul, and I'm living for it. I will be GMing part 4 of Wrath of the Many this Thursday. It is the final episode of my 4-part miniseries designed to tell an entire campaign in 4 episodes, levels 5 to 20. It has been a wild ride, and I am excited to finish up the story. Whatever fashion we come up with, it's going to be wild. And I am also taking a hiatus after that, because I will be coming back on the 31st for Dark Echoes here on TPK. Dark Echoes is getting crazy as well. It's been crazy. It's always been crazy. And then I will also be over on Nat 20 for Against the Tides with the Chaos crew that we are creating over there. So I'm excited for that. But yeah, that is all I am in for the rest of the month. Let's kick it back on over to David.
Awesome, and that's very cool. So level 20 on Wrath of the Many.
Level 20, and all of the characters' attributes are 20 as well. They've been juiced up.
I have never played a level 20 character, and I've never GM'd to level 20 characters. That would be really intimidating because you got like 9th level spells coming in.
Very
cool. So we are back in 2 weeks for the second last episode of Atrium of Aquarius. A lot happened tonight. I have to tell you that as the GM, a lot of stuff happened that was unexpected even to me. That's what makes this so fun, because it's kind of living on its own and unfolding. And of course, chat, you're a very important part of it. So thank you so much for tuning in. And thank you, cast. Amazing as always. So besides Atrium of Aquarius, I have a few other things cooking, but which I'll reveal in the coming weeks. Oh, I got Halloween as I'm GMing on Halloween for TPK.
Hell
So
yeah.
I'm looking for casts. So if you really want to be in
I volunteer as tribute.
Sacrifice me, Daddy.
I observe privately, but I will watch the fun.
I will be sacrificing small beans.
So that's it for tonight. Thank you very much, and we will see everybody. Stay safe, and we'll see everyone hopefully in 2 weeks. All right.
Night.